And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. We have commenced again. So the play is in play, the session is in play, and your company is required. So gather, come and join me. Let's spend the next however long we are spending together. You know how we do it, you know why we do it, and more importantly, you know when we do it. So we're doing it now. Your presence is required. Gather, come and join this session. Let's discuss matters Nigeria related. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, holy water, where they see ma. Water, holy water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe ìgbàlà tele. Hey, hey, hey. Iku kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. As guys, I bring you this. Pandora Papers investigations indicts Peter Obi in alleged illegal business transactions. So whiter than white, cleaner than clean, whiter than snow. All of these are adjectives used to describe Peter Obi over the years, but alas, apparently no different from every other Nigerian politician. Just another Ilabe merchant, as again, Pandora Papers, investigations indicts Peter Obi in alleged illegal business transactions. So we look into that. Nigeria's former Chief Justice of the nation Nigeria's former Chief Justice of Nigeria's former Chief Justice of Nigeria, governors, pastors named in Pandora Papers. So we spend a lot of time with this Pandora paper space just to unravel exactly what that space is all about. Still with it, Nigeria's former CJN governors, pastors named in Pandora Papers. So we'll pick either or from those two headlines. Actually, I may well just remove one. I'll make that decision just further down the line. Peter Obi breaks silence over Pandora Papers offshore deals. So the excuses coming thick and fast, but what excuse justifies now this expose? And this, by the way, is an international investigation. It's nothing to do with Nigeria, so you cannot spin it with a political coloration. Stop your threats and gang up over who succeeds Buhari, former Kano governor SHEKARAU, to southern governors. So that space now still bubbling on and simmering nicely with the enough, just looking for ways to cling on to that power. I did not say IPOB is responsible for killings in the southeast. Jim NWODO clarifies issues. I did not say IPOB responsible for killings in southeast. Uh, a headline attributed to NWODO. So we find out exactly what clarification is being made by NWODO. So from NWODO, um, anti-open grazing law. Federal government backs herdsmen planned suit against southern governors. So there you are, categorically without equivocation, Buhari essentially in power and has been for the last 6 years, solely and almost exclusively for his own people. Anti-open grazing law, federal government backs herdsmen's planned suit against southern governors. So quite how this is justified, we find out in due course. Our presidency, Northern Coalition vows not to let go of power in 2023, give reasons why. So that space, as ever, just hotting up. The build up to 2023 now is just starting to spike and simmer. It continues to simmer. Southeast leaders meeting. Ohaneze Youth Demand Committee on Igbo presidency. A little bit late to the game, I would suggest, because of course it looks as though the decisions has already been made. It is now essentially either that power transiting to Yoruba hands or remaining in the north. So those are the two options in play. But the Igbos now throw their hat into the ring. So the Igbos throw their hats into the ring, and to welcome the Igbos into the ring, we come in via Python dance. So another Python dance, if I can just yeah, there it is.
IPOB omeriwo n'Izu Oniroya Abakare Mama Dawora Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Olabori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance the three. Unabori meri nande bu onye du IPOB. O meri wone nizu ngiro ya. Abakare mamanda wora. Unabori meri nande win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance the three. Unabori meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance the three. Unabori meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance the three.
And there we are. Python dance once, Python dance twice. Nandi to win a war. So Nandi to win a war. As guys, I bring you this. Pandora Papers investigation indicts Peter Obi in alleged illegal business transactions. So Peter Obi, a name that a lot of people have been conjuring with in terms of the presidency, the build up to 2023 and all that. In fact, our very own good stalwart Ajanle Koko, this is his champion, so I hope he doesn't run away. His party man now caught with his hands in the tails. Investigation indicts Peter Obi in alleged illegal business transaction. The secret illegal deals of former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, have been exposed in one of the biggest leaks of financial documents. The investigation is part of the Global International Consortium of Investigative Journalists investigative journalist-led Pandora Papers project shows that the former governor broke laws several. Let me take that from the top again. The secret illegal dealings of former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, have been exposed in one of the biggest leaks of financial documents. The investigation is part of the Global International Consortium of Investigative Journalist-led Pandora Papers project, shows that the former governor broke laws several times in his secret businesses. This is despite his standing as an advocate of good governance, openness, and transparency. Obi talks highly about his governance records and statistics leading prescriptions for Nigeria's development and how hugely successful he became in business before diving into politics. The investigation reveals that Obi has several secret business dealings and relationships, including some he clandestinely set up and operated overseas, including in notorious tax and secrecy havens in ways that breach Nigerian laws. When Obi was contacted by journalists to clarify the allegations, he reportedly admitted that he did not declare these companies and the funds and properties they hold in his asset declaration filing with the Code of Conduct Bureau. He claimed he was unaware that the law expected him to declare assets and companies he jointly owned with his family members or anyone else. The Pandora paper is an investigation into a vast amount of previously hidden offshore companies, exposing secret assets, covert deals, and hidden fortunes of the super rich, among them more than 130 billionaires and the powerful, including more than 30 world leaders and hundreds of former and serving public officials across the world. According to the reports, the leaked records came from 14 offshore service firms from around the world that set up shell companies and other offshore nukes for clients like Obi. So there you are, Peter Obi are truly and firmly busted, So Peter Obi busted Nigeria's former CJN governors, pastors named in Pandora paper. So this is the Street Journal breaking this one. A number of high-profile persons in Nigeria have been named in the Pandora paper scandal for flouting extant laws and legislations as they hide these assets. Pandora paper investigation involving some 600 journalists from media, including the Washington Post, the BBC, the Guardian, and Nigeria's Premium Times, is based on the leak of some 11.9 million documents from 14 financial services companies around the world. In all, there are 336 politicians listed in the document. According to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, which published the Earth Shaking paper on Sunday, the document contained some Nigerian politicians. Premium Times said contents of the document will reveal how some of the most influential Nigerians, a former Chief of Justice of Nigeria, current and serving state governors, past and present lawmakers, business people, a popular pastor, and many others set up shell companies and sometimes warehoused huge financial assets in notorious secrecy jurisdictions. The first series published on Monday said former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi. The first series published on Monday said former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi of keeping secret assets he did not declare to Nigeria's Bureau of Conduct CCB. In 2010, more than 4 years after Obi became governor, Obi reportedly set up his first discreet company in the British Virgin Islands and named the company Gabriela Investment Limited after his daughter. So let's check the timeline again. In 2010-20, 4 years after he became governor, this was when it was set up. So we'll come to his excuses later, but we must keep hold of the timeline. Premium Times reports that Obi contracted Access International, a secrecy enabler in Monaco, France, to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's most notorious tax havens, noted for providing conduits for the wealthy and privileged, corrupt political elites to hide stolen money. According to the newspaper, Obi also paid Access International to provide nominee directors for the company. These directors are residents of tax havens, paid to sit on boards of companies to hide the identity of the real owner of the offshore company. So let's look at the trajectory now. So this guy will come up, of course, with I did not know. Ignorance is no defense in law. But if we look at the structure now, this is something essentially set up for corrupt practices. He goes to a notorious tax haven using conduits via Monaco to set up a shell company, and he then asked the company to recruit dummy board of directors to act as the face of that company, whilst he, of course, as the owner, sits in secrecy in the background. This is Peter Obi we're talking about, not Babangida or Tinubu. According to the newspaper, Obi also paid Access International to provide nominee for directors. These directors are residents of tax havens, paid to sit on boards of companies to hide the identity of real owners of offshore firms. Access International officials who reportedly took brief from Obi and or his representatives headed to the British Virgin Islands, where they contracted a local registered agent, Aleman Cordero Galindo and Lee Trust Limited, to set up Gabriela Investment Limited for the former governor. Obi, however, claimed he could not have made such a declaration on assets he co-owned with others. I don't declare what is owned with others. If my family owns something, I won't declare it. I didn't declare anything I jointly owned with anyone, Obi told correspondents. Elsewhere in Africa, Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta is alleged to secretly own a network of offshore companies. Kenyatta, however, said the leak will enhance financial transparency and openness we require in Kenya and around the globe. In total, the ICIJ found links between almost 1,000 companies in offshore havens and 336 high-level politicians and public officials, including more than a dozen serving head of states, country leaders, cabinet ministers, ambassadors, and others. So there you are. It's all, I laugh because this guy vaunts himself as a cleaner than clean, always bloviating and pontificating and preening and peacocking on every news media. Go and check my record. Go and check my record. Well, we have checked your record, Mr. Obisa, and we have found you wanting. Still within that space, so still within that space, Nigeria's former CJN, I think this may well be a repetition of what we have already read. Bear with me, I'm just skimming through. Yes, this indeed is a repetition of what we have already read. So now let's now give the man his rights to reply. Peter Obi breaks silence over Pandora Papers offshore offshore deal. After being named amongst top leaders, public officials, and celebrities who used offshore shell companies to hide funds, former governor of Anambra State Peter Obi has broken his silence. Obi denied any wrongdoing following revelations from the Pandora Papers project coordinated by International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. The project saw 600 journalists from 150 news organizations around the world pouring through a trove of 11.9 million confidential files, uh, contextualizing information, tracking down sources, and analyzing public records and other documents. Several current, in 2010, Mr. Obi set up Gabriela Investment Limited, a company named after his daughter in the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Obi told correspondents that he did not declare companies and funds and property he jointly owns with his family members or anyone else in his asset declaration filings with the Code of Conduct Bureau because he was unaware that the law required him to do so. I don't declare what is owned by others, he said. If my family owns something, I won't declare it. I didn't declare anything I jointly owned with anyone. The online newspaper claimed that the project revealed Obi approached Access International, a French company, to help him incorporate an offshore entity. On the day the company was incorporated, about 50,000 shares of Gabriela Investment was issued in favor of Hill International Holding Corporation, a shell international business company operating under the laws of Belize. Obi said the offshore entity is the holding company for most of its assets and that the company structure he adapted was to enable him avoid excessive taxation. I am sure you too will not like to pay inheritance tax if you can avoid it, he said. Obi later renamed Gabriela Investment in 2017 to PPGG Investment Limited. The former vice presidential candidate said that British Lloyds Bank's advice informed his offshore structure decision. He asked if he is concerned that Nigerians will be disappointed at him following the findings. Obi said he was more concerned about his UK and US school alumni network, his business, and foreign creditors. He insisted that he served well as Anambra governor and Nigerians already have their opinion about him. Meanwhile, a human rights group, Nigerians for Justice, has dismissed what it called an obvious sponsored inquest against. You see, this is where it falls apart. You see, I did preface that this was an international setup, 11.9 million documents trawled through by well in excess of 600 journalists worldwide, and these people are claiming it's a setup. So this is just ridiculousness that we always reduce to within the Nigerian space. Meanwhile, a human rights group, Nigerians for Justice, has dismissed what it called an obvious sponsored inquest against the vice presidential candidate of the PDP during the 2019 election, Mr. Peter Obi. The group, in a statement issued on Monday in Asaba Delta State capital, said that the Premium Times report on Obi's foreign business activities published earlier today tried to create a wrong impression about him. The statement signed by NFJ's chairman, Mr. Francis Ezioka, accused the newspaper of bad faith and of doing a hatchet job lacking in substance and purity of motive. The statement linked the report to desperate political forces afraid of Obi's rising political profile ahead of the 2023 election. It said that premium time it said that Premium Times betrayed its motive right from the opening paragraph, where, without even the benefit of the said report, it started passing judgment thus betraying the fact that they were on a sponsored mission targeted at tarnishing Obi's reputation. NFJ, which described Nigerians as very intelligent and discerning people, said it was confident that they would ask premium times the ultimate questions. Did you trace any missing government money to any company Obi has real or imaginary interest in? Is any public money missing in any public establishment Obi has had contact with, such as Anambra State Security and Exchange Commission? The group also wondered the nexus between Obi's numerous speeches the report referred to and the actual issue the newspaper pretended to be investigating, dismissing the report as falling short of expectations by trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. NFJ said there is nothing in Premium Times investigation or report that impeaches Obi's integrity. It provides no proof of corruption by Obi, but merely alleged failure to declare his foreign assets. To prove that he has nothing to hide, we learned that Obi made himself available to Premium Times and honestly answered all their questions. Apparently disappointed that they could not establish a case of corruption against him, the newspaper resorted to editorializing and playing the prosecutor contrary to the journalism tenet of fair reporting. We know many fantastically corrupt Nigerians and the property they acquired while in government, as well as how they stole the money of their states and ended up plunging their states into debt, and yet Premium Times did not consider them objects of investigation. MPF further said it advised the public to disregard the sponsored report, assuring that fighting corruption is good but must be differentiated from witch hunting. So, witch hunting is the defense that they are putting up. Only in Nigeria, they catch you red handed, blood dripping, but you will still argue the other way around. Stop your threats and gang up over who succeeds, Buhari. Former Kano governor SHEKARAU to southern governors. Former governor of Kano State, Ibrahim SHEKARAU, has accused southern governors of issuing threats to ensure a southerner succeeds President Buhari in 2023. The former governor on Monday urged the 17 southern governors to stop ganging up and issuing threats to get the 2023 presidential ticket. Shekarau, who represents Kano Central Senatorial District in the National Assembly, knocked the southern governors during a sunrise daily program on Channels Television. However, the former governor, who is a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, said the next president should indeed come from the southern region of the country for all Nigerians to have a sense of belonging. Shekarau said the actions of the southern governors have reduced democracy to regional gang up in Nigeria, adding that the southern governors should have consultations within the party instead of making public declarations. So let me just pause there for a moment. That public declaration is essentially what's pushed the issue, because a lot of meetings are often regularly are held behind closed doors in Nigeria. And when they step outside of those doors, all of the details of those meetings start to fall apart, and people regionalize and go to self-interest. So by putting their cards on the table and in the public space now, this now forces the issue for members of the public to participate in this process. So they were exactly right to make it public, contrary to what Kano Man has to say. Shekarau said the actions of the southern governors have reduced democracy to regional gang up in Nigeria, adding that the southern governors should have consultations within the party instead of making public declarations. He said, As far as the party I belong is concerned, the APC, my proposal is that now that President Buhari is from the northern part of the country, after he has done his 8 years, let's beam the searchlight to the southern part of Nigeria. Not because we don't have competent people in the north, that does not mean you are throwing away the issue of competence, credibility, and so on. While I agree we should go for the best and therefore throw it open, regardless of which part of the country, but we must also be mindful of the aspect of the sense of belonging. We must be mindful of perception to give some sense of belonging to every part of Nigeria. Where I disagree with the southern governors is coming together to gang up to say it must be our turn. I think this is purely a party affair. We must not do this at we must not do this at the point of threat. That we must not do this at the point of threat, that it must be me, it must be he. We need to come together. This is more of a political party issue. My point of disagreement with the gang up groups like the southern governors is coming to gang up to say it must be our turn. This is wrong. It is purely a party issue, and the political parties should go into the boardrooms and sort this issue out themselves. Today, the southern governors gang up. Tomorrow, other groups would gang up and say it must be us. Governors are very prominent people in the scheme of things. They are leaders, so they must be careful coming together to make some pronouncements that would amount to instigating the general public to take a stand and see it as a regional fight, he said. So those are his words, are essentially much ado about nothing. So long as the power transits to the south, who cares? But then if the power does not transit to the south, then everybody will care. I didn't say IPOB is responsible for the killings in the southeast. NWODO speaks. Former president of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Ineya NWODO, said there was no time he accused members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB for the carnage and killings taking place in the southeast part of Nigeria. NWODO said this in a statement on Sunday in reaction to media reports that he blamed the spate of insecurity in the region, especially in Imo and Anambra states, on IPOB. He said he had been out of the public glare since the expiration of his tenure as the Igbo Apex Social-Cultural Group to allow his successor to reign without distraction. My attention has been drawn to a publication alleging that I made a statement on the recent killings in Imo and Anambra State. He said, the statement further alleged that I referred to IPOB as being responsible for the killings. I state without reservation that I didn't make any such statement. I have deliberately refused any press interviews since I finished serving out my tenure as President General of Ohaneze. I took this decision in order to ensure that my successor's voice is undiluted and unmistaken as the sole voice of Ohaneze leadership. The Southeast has, in recent times, witnessed a series of violence and killings of various portions, mostly carried out by the so-called unknown gunmen. Recently, Chike Akunyali, a medical doctor and the husband of the late Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, and later Minister of Information, Dora Akunyali, and eight others were slaughtered on Tuesday night at Nkpo, a suburb of the commercial city of Onitsha. in Anambra State. It was gathered that unknown gunmen had opened fire in the usually busy area at the time Okunyali was returning home to Enugu after receiving a posthumous award by the University of Nigeria Alumni Association on behalf of his late wife at the All Saints Cathedral, Onitsha, and he, his driver, and police orderly were caught up in the shooting. According to eyewitnesses, the gunmen were probably attracted to his vehicle by the policeman sitting in front of the car and then opened fire on the occupants. Some of them believed it was possible that the policemen did not know. Some of them believed that it was possible that the gunmen did not know the identity of Okunyele at the time he was shot. They also said that the gunmen cut off the heads of three of their victims before speeding off in a waiting vehicle. Although security operatives have always accused IPOB of some of these killings, the group has repeatedly denied them, saying it does not engage in senseless killing. So there you are, NWODO feeling the need to come out into space to deny what he claims he did not say. So the denial, of course, he doesn't want to suffer, I guess, the fate that befell Hope Uzodinma and latterly Joe Igbokwe. Anti-open grazing, federal government backs herdsmen's planned suit against South governors. Moves by herdsmen to sue southern governors over the anti-open grazing bill they recently signed into law has gotten a support from the federal government. Special Assistant Media to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Dr. Umar Gwandu, in an interview with Punch, said Nigerians whose rights have been violated could go to court and seek protection. Most southern states, including Lagos, Ondo, Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, Abia, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Enugu, and just recently Delta and Ogun states, signed the anti-open grazing bill into law. It was also gathered that police commands differed in the enforcement of the law. While Ebonyi and Osun State Police Commands said they would enforce the law, a source in Lagos State Police Command told the publication that the police would only provide protection for the enforcement team of the state. Rivers State Police Commissioner Friday Obaka, on his part, said he had not seen a copy of the state anti-open grazing law. A top police officer also noted that it will be difficult for state commands to enforce the law without the support of force headquarters. So there you are. You can pass as many laws as you can, but if they don't provide you the police to enforce it, then those laws can continue to sit in the archives. Presidency, Northern coalitions vow not to let go of power in 2023. Give reasons. The coalition of northern groups has vowed that a northern presidential candidate will be put forward to take over from President Muhammadu Buhari in 2023. The group, a coalition of 52 groups, made this known on Monday, despite the agitation for power rotation, which will allow the presidency to go to the southern region in 2023. Disagreeing with the idea of a 2023 southern candidate, CNG, in a statement by its spokesperson, Abdulaziz Suleiman, said rotation is not constitutional, hence can't be forced on anyone. It vowed to expose some northern politicians, which it claimed have been paid to promote a southern presidential candidate. According to him, whatever agreements the political parties or politicians have between themselves is not binding on others. Suleiman alleged that the southern region is attempting to blackmail the north into ceding the 2023 presidential ticket, but said the group won't succumb to any political antics targeted at blocking northerners from seeking elective political offices in Nigeria. In the unfolding political chess game, therefore, it is essential that the North anticipates and checkmates the maneuvers of the South in all possible and likely scenarios and obtain the ascendancy over the voices of threat, intimidation, and blackmail sounding from the South. We first make the following demand that since democracy everywhere is a game of numbers, under no circumstance will the North succumb to intimidation, blackmail, or threat from any quarter to abandon its collective franchise by not seeking the presidency in 2023 or any time in the future. We call the attention of the northern public to get prepared and sensitized to hold any political party by whatever name it is called that attempts to deny northerners the right to contest the presidency as an enemy of the North. We warn any political party that takes any step to block the window for the possible emergence of a northern presidential candidate shall be roundly rejected in the North. No conspiracy in whatever form will stop the North from fielding a northerner for the presidency in the PDP in 2023, irrespective of its recent body language that tends to block a northern candidacy by quickly zoning the national chairmanship position to the north, which is unacceptable. The North shall definitely seek the presidency. The North shall definitely seek the presidential, even if it holds the national chairmanship. We have resolved to expose the faces of identified unpatriotic northern traitors who have been paid huge sums of money to market southern candidates, he stated. The CNG further said its views is based on wide consultation with people of the zone as earlier publicly made known by the Northern Elders Forum and the Northern Governors Forum. We reiterate our call on Northern voters to mobilize against sole concentration on party candidates and vote any credible, transparent, capable, and competent leader. After due consultation with prominent stakeholders, leaders, and elders, we have categorically resolved to firmly and solidly align completely with the position taken by the Northern Elders Forum as expressed by Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed and that the Northern Governor and that of the Northern Governors Forum that zoning of elective positions is unconstitutional, undemocratic, and must be jettisoned. For the avoidance of doubt, therefore, the CNG hereby declares that the North, a major stakeholder in whatever happens in and to Nigeria, shall not be obliged to respect any zoning arrangement of any elective position in whatever party, as we categorically reject anything to do with any undemocratic process such as zoning. We urge all northerners to resist the antics and tactics of the self-appointed antagonists and hired cronies from the north who are today all over the place, conscripted in the conspiracy to deceive northerners into abandoning what God has blessed us with, its human resources. So there you are, fighting talk from their bookies. Fighting talk from their bookies, but equally fighting talk are from the eastern quarters. Southeast leaders meeting, Ohaneze Youth Demand Committee on Igbo Presidency. As Igbo leaders meet in Enugu tomorrow, Tuesday, the youth wing of Ohaneze Indigbo has told them to have the issue Nigeria presidency of Igbo extraction as a priority. The national president of Ohanese Indigo Youth Council Worldwide, OYC, Mazi Oku Nambweke, said this in a statement he made available to correspondents. The Igbo leaders are expected to meet in Enugu, where they would discuss the worsening security situation in the zone, amongst other things. Speaking ahead of the meeting, Oku said the major takeout from the meeting should be the setting up of a committee that would champion the much talked about Igbo presidency. He noted that we have gone past the era of so much talk but no motion. This is a time for Indigbo to really come out of their shell if indeed they are keen about occupying the number one seat in the country. We say this because power is not given, it is taken. And this is the time for our people to go all out and take the power. The meeting of Igbo leaders should not end up without putting in place a committee that would midwife the process, ensure that there is unity of purpose, coordination, and ideas and consensus. We must have to shame all our enemies of Indigbos who believe that we can never be one. Let everyone rise to the occasion because indeed it is our chance, he said. So there you are. By his reckoning, it is their chance. But is it their chance? Ajale Koko, we see you. Jafar, we see you. And Charlie Boy, we see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Let me come to you first, Jafar, if you are ready. But before I come to you, let me quickly acknowledge Alexander's super chat. It says, I told you so about this overrated governor. Shame. So I suspect he is going to that Peter Obi space. So Jafar may either go to that Peter Obi space. What are you making of this expose on Peter Obi, Jafar?
Oh, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Ajali Koko. Good evening, Alex. Good evening, One Man. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. So about Peter Obi, I'm not surprised. He's a Nigerian politician. You know, they are all the same. I don't see anybody, no exception. So I'm not going to make any big deal out of it. I want to believe it's not corrupt money. He's a business guy. Probably yeah, so I want to believe. I don't want to impugn motive on his integrity. He's somebody I admire. I admire his intellect. I share some of his ideas about moving the country forward. But I would not really want to dwell too much about the money laundering issue about it. They all do it. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, Jafar, they all do it, but what makes it particularly egregious and equally laughable is, as you said, this guy goes every media house. He's always wearing white just to emphasize just how clean he is. You know, strutting around like a peacock, chanting, "Go and check my record, go and check my record." But alas, he had been hiding his records under shell companies, using residents of Monaco as a front for companies, hiding it under his daughter's name, and then trying to twist it via the British Virgin Islands. All of the moves that drug dealers and and looters used to traffic their money. Corruption. This is
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It starts evasion. People are trying to evade from paying taxes. I want to believe it's not corrupt process. The money is not coming from our Nigerian state. If it's coming from Nigeria,
very generous man.
If it is coming from the taxpayers, then I have an issue with it. But because everybody does it, every rich man tries to pay the least amount of tax he can do. If you have that opportunity, you will do the same. Nobody wants to pay taxes, and Nigerians are not exception.
Okay. So you want to let this guy escape, Abi? This chop clean mouth. This is chop clean mouth now, Jafar. What are you
No,
doing? This guy has been caught
he's not.
red-handed. Eh?
He's not been accused of embezzlement of public funds.
Uh,
So I want us to controlize it. If it's
okay.
embezzlement of public funds, that's another issue. The tax
Okay.
evasion, every rich man does it on earth,
No, no,
except the
it's more
country
than
that
tax.
doesn't have.
No, no, it's more than tax evasion because you know the way people usually evade tax is they go and put their company in a tax haven in the public glare, and usually you don't spend more than 6 months in a country that you are not eligible to pay tax in. So then you are not domiciled in that country, and then you claim that you are domiciled in the tax haven. But you don't go and hide it under some. Look at how many layers of companies that has hidden this shell company under. To then pad it out with his daughter's name, then put some sort of like Monaco residence as the front face of the company. All this for tax evasion, and added to that, he set up this company during his administration.
Yeah. So my only issue
They
with
call
the whole issue is that
it. Eh?
so so it is his failure to declare it.
Mm,
If he had declared it, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. But
mm.
he just didn't comply with the law. That's it. But I don't think that's like our money being stolen. If it's our money being stolen, then that's a different case.
Mm.
I will not make
What
excuses for him.
what are you making? What are you making of his argument, Jafar, that he did not declare it on his asset declaration because he jointly owns the company with others, and he doesn't feel he should declare companies that he jointly owns with others? Is that a very weak excuse, and does that even conform with law? That because somebody
It,
else is
it,
part
it,
of the
yeah,
company?
it does not conform with the law, and I think
Mm,
the excuse is laughable.
mm,
I would have just shut up if I were him.
mm.
I wouldn't have just mentioned it because regardless, you have to declare whatever interest you have.
Now, wow.
Even if you are just a shareholder in a company, you must declare it.
Because if you follow that logic that is putting forward as a defense, then every sitting governor that wants to loot has to do is to go and jointly register a company with them and their wife or their daughter, and then loot everything into that company and not declare it because other people are. It's the most laughable. You know what I think happened to Jafar? I think the story broke, and then the media called him, and because he wanted to show bold face, rather than not take that call until he's consulted or seen how things play out, he quickly took that call and he came out with his feeble excuse, which seems to
Mhm.
damn him even more. So, Peter
Yeah,
Obi, Ajale Koko's paddy man, his fingers he's been caught red-handed. But I'm coming to you, Ajale Koko. This is your pal that you're always celebrating here. Eh? Is
I know you are celebrating. You are
who's
celebrating.
celebrating? I'm not
You
celebrating
are
now.
you
No,
are
no, I'm not celebrating.
celebrating.
No, why would I celebrate? I don't want. Why would I? No, I'm not celebrating. No, I don't wish.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
glad
oh,
you are not because
no,
Peter
no,
Obi is one of our best. So
nah.
I like to protect our very best, the
All right.
brightest among us in the country.
Eh?
I always have this tendency to want to protect them because I think they will be very very important and useful for the
Okay.
development of our country. So
Yes, but
I'm
alas,
not I'm not making excuses for that. I know
uh,
that's something that was really avoidable. He could have just declared his asset
mm,
because I don't think he's a corrupt or he has embezzled government money. I don't think he's a hardworking business guy.
all right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll find out soon enough. Usually when they're exposing these things, they expose it in trickles, in bit by bit. Tomorrow now they'll hit him with another punch or somebody else. So we'll see. You will see just how it plays out for Peter B. But Jafar, let me take you to the north and the missives coming out of your own home state. Stop your threats and gang up over who succeeds Buhari. Former Kano Governor Shekarau to southern governors. So is he trying to find a wiggle room? Because he's saying that he doesn't fundamentally disagree that power should transit to the south. He just does not like the rather aggressive and bullish sort of way that is being promoted within the southern space. So do you think he's trying to find a way to wriggle to say that best man for it? What do you think he's playing at? You must know him better than I do. So what is he playing at with that statement, Jafar?
That's APC politics. There's no these are They will be the potential full soldiers for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So there is this unwritten agreement or acknowledgement that in the APC, after President Muhammadu Buhari will be Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if you see most of those big leaders of APC from the north, it's like some kind of an agreed, how do I say, a tacit approval of a Tinubu presidency already. So it's like, you know what? Why are you gesticulating? We already know where it's going. Can you just shut up and concentrate on your party affairs? That's how I interpret it personally.
It's funny you should say that. Let me play you just about a 30-second clip. But as you're watching that clip, listen attentively towards the end. You would hear something towards the end, and then you tell me what I'm pointing you at. So listen, and then tell me after you've watched it what I'm asking you to listen out for. Listen to this. It's only a few seconds.
Thanks, yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I wish you all safe journey.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excellency.
So did you hear what I wanted you to hear? But
yes,
Jafar?
yes.
And what did you hear?
That's exactly, Mr. President.
Mr. President, see you soon. You don't fit a complete.
So you see, that's an APC. So you see, and when you take, on the other hand, the coalition of northern groups, which I'm a proud member, right? You see, is the opposition. When someone comes and tells you that, okay, we know some northern politicians have been given money to move around, to sell the ticket of somebody from the south. It's just that people don't want to put a name on all those things. Everybody is referring to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And when you understand, we stand by the direction of the Northern Elders Forum as stipulated by Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed. And that just tells you this is the Saraki Atiku wing of the Northern group. So you see, it's a fight between the Atikus and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it's like Shekarau is telling you guys, why are you gesticulating? The decision has been made as far as APC is concerned. Just shut up and move on their own.
Shall we narrow the presidency then to those two names, either Tinubu or Atiku? Is that essentially what we are realistically looking at?
No, it all depends on Thursday. That decision we will have an idea on Thursday after the PDP next meeting. That's when we shall understand. Right? Remember, PDP politics is totally different from APC politics. That's something people should actually always bear in mind. PDP has a lot of interest group. You see, if I could take you back to the Port Harcourt convention, where Atiku finally emerged the presidential candidate. You know, during the convention, all indication was that Governor Tambuwal was supposed to be the flag bearer. Until suddenly General Aliyu Gusau appeared in the convention hall with a marching order from the military wing of the interest of the PDP that they have already chosen a candidate. This is the candidate that the Northerners should support, Atiku Abubakar. That's how Atiku finally got the ticket. So you see, PDP politics is totally different from APC. APC, they visited their national leader. There is an agreement among themselves. So they will not go through all this rambling that is going on within PDP.
All right. Jafar, I want you to marry these two headlines together and share your thoughts on them. So the first one, Southeast Leaders Meeting, Ohaneze Youths Demand Committee on Igbo Presidency. So Ohaneze Youths demand a committee be set up by their elders to tackle the matter of Igbo presidency. So marry that headline with this. Northern Coalition vows not to let go of power in 2023. Give reasons. So marry those two headlines together, Jafar.
They are all pressure groups. They are all pressure groups, which is good for democracy. They are pressure groups. So everybody wants something from their side, which is okay. But at the end of the day, let democracy triumph. But I'm happy that the youth wing of the Onahaze Ndibo are actually coming out and speaking out, telling their leaders to, organize themselves. It's not always about Igbo presidency, but what have you put in place to actually realize that nobody is going to give you presidency on the platter of gold. Nobody gives presidency like that. Not even to the Arewa Elders Forum or nobody. You have to negotiate. It's horse trading.
Would you say, Jafar, that they are coming a little bit late to the party when some people are already concluding and calling people Mr. President? They are asking that they don't even have a committee, or they're asking that they should go and form committee to go and find somebody that they would then promote when everybody else is already ready and they are already cutting the deals. Do you think they are a little bit late to the party?
It's better late than never, you see. But I want to believe maybe they have come to a self-realization that they will not get the APC presidential ticket. I hope they have come to that realization. So their only hope might be probably within the PDP.
All right. Well, their hope was wasted upon Peter Obi until Pandora box was opened. So you see, by the time
I personally never thought Peter Obi was going to be their best candidate. They are one of their best person. If I was to give any suggestion to Nigeria, I would always think of Ngozi Iweala.
Oh, we would love that. You see, now I would support that.
It's not like the Southeast don't have people that can actually galvanize Nigeria. There are a lot of people there that is come together, create this committee, push somebody. Ngozi Iweala will go through easily.
Because of course, Madam Ngozi, she will kill two birds with one stone. Competence, so she'll get that, and female, just to break
credibility.
Yeah.
Credibility. She's very credible. She is a selfless Nigerian. She is not an ethnic bigot. She is a technocrat. She also has that all in her bag.
If only. I don't think anybody would object to that. But let me take you. We'll remain still, Jafar, in the eastern quarters, and we revisit slightly the narrative that we were having yesterday about the goings on within the eastern space. So, accusing fingers pointing in all directions, and those accusing fingers have now pointed in the direction of the former president of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Neya NWODO. So he's been accused to the point that it's hard to come out into the public space to distance himself from quote that he is pointing fingers in the direction of IPOB regarding the carnage that is going on in the East. So Jim NWODO, Neya, I should say, NWODO comes out to distance himself. But what are you making of him having to come out? Does he feel threatened and still just that carnage in the East? So to all of that, Jafar.
Yeah, you see, it's a general sense of hopelessness now that is going on. To some of us that have at least a history of how Boko Haram started in the Northeast, how they were pampered, how they were treated until they become the Frankenstein monsters that the whole country has to deal with today. So
Jafar,
that's my yes, sir.
please, what's your thoughts on that conflict story? Did you read it?
Which of the conference?
No, conflicts for jihad. Did you read that? Did you see that story?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
No,
There's
there's
this.
Jafar,
Okay.
there's this article that is just going around like a wildfire, written by some, I think, is he English Australian guy that speaks to the jihad space. I've not had the chance to read it myself, but I'll pop it in the comments. It's just on my screen, just waiting to be read. But it's just so long-winded that I'm not sure that I have the strength to plow through it.
To go to.
But we
Oh,
may well plow through it in the course of this space. But that's what Ife was asking you about, the
no, I'm sorry,
conflicts.
if I haven't gotten chance to take a look at it.
Okay, it's in the comment section now. So if you click on it, and then maybe at some point, maybe tomorrow, whenever, when you are just less busy, just have a read through it. It makes for interesting reading. If
Okay,
I
I
don't
will do
think he
that.
has read it, I don't think Jafar has read it. Uh yeah, so I think you've covered all the talking points. But stay with us and just interject as you see fit. So now let's now go to Ajanle Koko now. His paddy man, Ajanle Koko, your pal, your best buddy. Do you come here and champion this guy all the time? But alas, apparently just another Ilabe politician. Ilabe, yeah, in the look at that, chop and clean mouth politics, Peter Obi style, Should we rename him Obi Kubana? Is it Obi Kubana? What's going on? Ajale Koko, your friend,
I believe you brought this story specifically to poke my eyes.
No. Yeah, I was just thinking about you as I was reading it. That look at this. They look at this. I've been telling Ajale Koko that this guy is that his voice, that funny voice is just LGBT.
So you brought this story. Why not other people's name?
No. I think it's the first one to be pointed out within the night. To be fair, his name is just all over the news with this Pandora Papers thing. So,
well,
look at that.
yeah, I know the game that one man is playing. He said, "Let me bring this story so that can poke on Ajanle Koko's eye and show to him that his candidate is as corrupt as others." So, but no problem, one man. It's okay. We're gonna deal with it. What I can say on this Peter Obi's issue is that just like Jafar said earlier, if that transaction did not happen during his time of office as governor, I think he will be in good shape. It will still be in good shape. You will have it will have a good ground for defense. But if it happened during his time of office, then he will have question to answer. I believe that Nigerian law does not prevent anybody from having offshore account.
It does. They have to declare your foreigners. Is that not what they use for NOG? This is what they did. Yes, they do.
Oh, they do?
Yes,
okay.
This was what brought down Justice Onog.
Justice Onog was in office. He was a serving judge. So, and he didn't declare it on his
what do they call it? Declaration of what? I can't remember. So he didn't declare it. But all you need to do, it doesn't mean that, every person, according to Nigerian law, can have offshore account. But if you are a serving, if you are serving the nation in any capacity or whatsoever, you will need to declare it. But he gave his reason that because it's not only on his name, it's a family account, so he cannot declare it because it's not his. But we have to wait for more clarification on this, because if our nation is a nation that function well, if he has violated the law by this action, the state should take it up against him, to come and answer some question. Him and others as well.
Ajanle Koko, what this guy did was he went up and set up a shell company in a notorious money laundering haven. In notorious money laundering havens, he used Europeans as directors, as dummy directors of that company, hiding that company under his daughter's name. He then hid that company into another company, which he then took to the British Virgin Islands. All of that, of course, whilst he was in office. This was in 2010. Should the EFCC not be knocking on this guy's door? Should he be in handcuffs, Peter Obi?
Why must he be in handcuffs? They could, if he has violated the law have to be very clear on this. If he has violated the law, just like I said, then he have question to answer. But more importantly, if he didn't do it while in office, I think we have a good standing, of defense. We have a good ground, rather, for defense. But if it happened during his times in office, that is going to be a big problem on him. But it is important for us to know that Peter Obi is a billionaire before he came to office. Yes. So just like Chapa said,
and then he became a multi-billionaire whilst in office.
There hasn't been any allegation against him. He is the only ex-governor in Nigeria in the history of that fourth republic we are in. He is the only ex-governor that's never been invited for questioning by EFCC. That should tell you something.
And now we are going. That's going to be corrected now. Something. They will correct that one now. Is that okay?
That should tell you something. He is the only one among the ex that never been invited by EFCC for questioning. So let's wait and see what the Attorney General of the Federation will do on this, and the EFCC, if he have violated the law. Yeah, if he violated the law, well, he has questions to answer. He should go and face it. But if not,
it is almost unbelievable, Ajanle Koko. A senior person, a wealthy man, like you said, a former banker, a former lead of Nigeria's Commission of XYZ, I think the exchange, all of these things before he became governor. And his excuse is that he did not know that he needed to declare an asset, that everything that he has a name of ownership in on his declaration of asset. He said because his daughter's name is in the name on the company that I did not know. I did not know from a senior international banker that you don't know you have to declare everything you own. Man, where is Ibrahim Bawa? Where is Ibrahim Bawa now?
That defense is not tenable as far as I'm concerned. So we have to wait. Just like I want to wait and get more clarification on this, particularly for our this Nigerian state. Wait and see what Nigerian state is going to do on this matter.
At least from this now, in the future when we are discussing presidential candidates, I'm sure your voice will flutter if you want to say Peter Obi. You can. so that knocks that one on the head, Ajale Koko. So Peter Obi, now busy with the FCC. Now busy with the FCC.
Well, the enemy of the state. You don't want it.
Just like I told you, if you have not stolen that money, if that transaction did not happen when he was in office as governor, he will have a good ground for defense, and they can. I mean, there's a law guiding all this kind of.
How much you are not a signatory to that business in how much you are not part of the board member?
I wish I'm part of it.
This is it. He will not be on this platform with us. You'll be chopping Paluco somewhere.
Small people, they get that kind of money, they go hide that kind of money for where they know they see.
So nobody.
Isn't it funny that the answer for everything now is we have to wait for an investigation? Yesterday we were waiting for an investigation. Today we are going to wait for another investigation. But let's move on.
One more question. What should the Attorney General be investigating about? That somebody did not declare
Ibrahim Bawa. No, Ibrahim Bawa. He is the FCC. This is his remit. Ibrahim Bawa is the FCC.
What's he going to
do? Hold on, Ovie. False declaration on a public document. That is what is done. False declaration on a public document.
One man, you know the Nigerian people publish that thing. Adalego will never agree. It's a lie. That is a scent. Obi is a scent. That they are not competent. Nigerians are not competent. They don't do anything. They are right
Even with the international dimension, they are still saying it's politically motivated. Even 11.9 million documents, 600 journalists worldwide, and the defense that is coming out of his camp, it is politically motivated.
Whatever that motivated is. But one man, we can't just brush the fact that it might be politically motivated, because the Nigerian that we know, whatever the motive is it true or
I understand. I'm not trying to justify. I'm not trying to justify.
Hold on. Let's hear from the fact. Yeah, go on.
The point I'm trying to make is that the Nigerian that we know, false information on official documents. There are a lot of people that has names ought to have come out. Not only Peter Obi. I don't see anybody in the political class that can be exempted from that. Maybe some other day their own will come out. But so that's why I don't want to make it, because it's Nigeria. Everybody does it, especially when you have billion. When you have billion, you always look for a way to avoid paying taxes. Sometimes you lie about it.
A good example, Jafar, is President Buhari himself, who has been declaring 200 cattle since he was military head of state. Since military head, is either a poor farmer, since military head of state, he has been declaring 200 cattle. Not 199, not 201, 200 cattle since the 80s. That has been the count. How many people?
Maybe he picked his ownership of cattle at 200, Okay, if they are above 200, I sell the
give it
other.
away.
So when you catch him, talk about
Even Japan, they make jest of I
No,
can see
it's a
even
laughable
Japan.
matter now. If we don't laugh, we will
no,
cry
it's
in
Nigeria now. It's Nigeria. Are we not Nigerians?
All right,
Oh, wow.
let's hear from Ife, and then I'll get back to Ajale Koko. Ife, you wanted to say? Ife? Oh.
Yeah, what I wanted to add is that don't let us gaslight only Peter Obi. I know we are gaslighting. You know, the Al Jazeera report saying that about 10 Nigerians are there.
Yeah.
We have pastors, we have serving governors, governors.
So far, there's Atiku Abubakar, there's James Ibori, there's a former Ife. There are 4 people that I know so far. There's former one leader of former Ife.
How do you know? How do you know, V?
I'm in front of computer. I'm doing my research.
Okay, because
I'll tell you 4 lists. But I'm actually looking for those lists. So far,
Yes.
that four.
Please compile the list for us.
And I'm wondering why.
And the popular pastor too. I want to know who that pastor is.
Yeah,
I have my suspicions.
That pastor.
If not be saying I one village where I go yesterday, I'm just hearing the news actually, which is crazy and it's everywhere.
What's your suspicion? Your suspicion, one man, about the popular pastor?
I think I'm almost of the suspicion that it's the number 1 pastor in Nigeria.
One man.
Yes, sir.
Are you a pastor?
Me? No, I'm not a pastor.
I thought you said you were raised a Jehovah's Witness.
Yes. I'm Jehovah's Witness, yes.
Really? Are you sure?
Well, as far as 3 generations deep, unless you know something differently from my father and his father before him, we are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay.
So are you sure? What are you hinting at? Go on, be brave.
It's okay, just go on. It's okay, just go on. Go on.
So let me just finish. So apart from we have world-renowned personalities there. We have Tony Blair. Imagine Tony Blair of UK. One man.
Putin was there. No, everybody's there now. So
don't let us.
Uhuru Kenyatta
Nobody
was
there surprises. Nobody there surprises me. Nobody. They are all the same.
Why?
No, they're the usual suspects now. Do you need anybody to tell you that Tony Blair is corrupt? Even in this country, they're exposing him all the time. Do you need anybody to tell you Putin is corrupt? Or Uhuru Kenyatta? They don't know. There's no surprises there. We all know now. We are just getting the facts to back up what we've already suspected. All right, thank you, Faye. Let's get back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, so let me take you from that spot quickly because I know you don't like to speak ill of your friend Peter Obi, but let me take you to this space. Shekarau from Kano, double talking, asking first that the South should not threaten them, but then conceding that just that for reasons of national cohesion, that power should transit to the South. So what are you making of that double talk coming from the former Kano State governor, Takia, or just what?
I would have wished he didn't say anything at all. Just keep his mouth shut. Because he's opposed. I mean, he disliked the governors from the South coming together to call for rotational presidency. And on the other side, is saying that he supports that the next president should come from the South. What's he talking about? But the main issue that he does not understand is that Buhari is the cause of this problem. Because all the governors in the South that came together to call for this rotation are from 3 parties: ABGA, PDP, APC. Why do we have APC among them? When they are the party is the one in government now. Why do we have APC? It's because the way that Buhari and his cohort are driving the party is not clear to them. It's not clear to them. They thought, I mean, they have seen, or maybe they are suspecting some kind of agenda that is trying to play some. He has some kind of hidden agenda for 2023 against the South, because from the beginning of the administration, those people that started in the appointment that are from the South, particularly those Tinubu people, he has taken most of them out of power. The party that APC that Tinubu has his men in the executive, he has dissolved it. It's Buhari men that are in charge of the party. And where they are driving the party to is not clear to them. And they have the interest, our governor have the interest of the South at heart too. They want the power to shift to the South. So it's a game of politics. The Southern governor that came together and issued that call is a game that they did not expect from the North. It's a game that it came as a surprise, and they played ahead of the North in that game for 2023, and that is why you see all these Northerners coming against the governor. It's Buhari is the cause of this.
Do you think all these comments that we're getting from the North, Akim Baba Ahmed, the Governors Forum, that now this chap, all this double talk, do you think they are looking for a window of opportunity? They know that the power must transit. They know that the South are insistent, but they're just looking for a chink. Maybe there's an opportunity to maneuver it back to themselves. Do you think that it's a fishing expedition just to see if something opens up for them to get their way again? Is it just fishing?
Let me tell you, if these governors have not if the governors have not raised this call for this power shift, it is possible that they will corner the South. It's possible that they will corner the South, the Southern interest, because in the APC constitution, there is no provision for rotation of presidency between the North and the South, unlike the PDP that is clearly stated in their own constitution. So it's not there in their constitution, and that is the fear of the South, that, I mean, particularly for those that in the APC from the South, the fear is that they don't have this provision for rotational presidency in their constitution. The president is taking a course.
Let me ask you a quick question, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
In the APC in the North, have you seen any APC leader from the North, even by their body language, that suggests that that person might be running for presidency within the APC branch?
Well,
as we can see in the PDP, with the likes of Atiku Abubakar, Kwankwaso, Saraki, Tambuwal, and their like. Do we have that trend in APC in the North?
We don't we don't know yet, but El-Rufai indicated. Hold on, El-Rufai indicated that ambition before he went back into the shell, and Buhari had showed a public interest in that position before.
Oh, El-Rufai.
Yes. El-Rufai. Yes.
That's not something I knew of.
Yes, El-Rufai, showed an indication before he went back to his shell and just calmed down,
Because as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know there is a general understanding among the APC folks in the north that it is the turn of the south, and not only the south. In the south, they have a specific person, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. That's it.
Yeah, but the recent development in the party,
the development that actually occurred, that even started raising issue within the northern APC is that, okay, is Nigeria, with how diverse Nigeria has become, how polarized we've become, is it possible for a Bola Tinubu ticket with a running mate that is a Muslim ticket? That's the issue. That's when now the factor of Vice President Osibanjo started coming out, that you will see dailies in the north that may be actually pairing Osibanjo with Governor Zulum of Borno, or El-Rufai, or the like that. So I don't think that fear really was something that was really should have called for concern within the APC folk. But as far as the PDP concerned, is that no, there is a legitimate and open quest for the ticket in the north from the PDP, and the Northerners think they have a legitimate claim on it.
Mr. Jafar, you know that in politics, game can change overnight.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yes, the game can change overnight. So for the fact that we don't see anybody now in the north, I mean from the north in APC jostling around for that position, I tell you, overnight something can change. The table can change, and then everybody will be shocked. So
we've even heard Abubakar Malami speculated. Abubakar Malami has been speculated as well.
We have actually
Abubakar Malami has been on the ground. What he is actually doing is he's already building a political structure to run as the governor of Kebbi State.
Kebbi State,
that
yes.
I can tell you. As a matter of fact, he already have campaign offices around Kebbi State.
Okay, but yeah.
I have a question. Do you see PDP giving, from what you said now, do you see PDP giving the presidency to the north, or was it Jafar? PDP giving the presidency to the north, and the north votes for PDP candidate from the north, while the southern president from APC is jettisoned by the northern caucus? Do you see that happening?
No, Northerners don't vote party; they vote people.
Okay.
I think that should answer your question. If you bring, maybe for instance, you take somebody of questionable character that he will lead the party, then nobody is going to vote for him.
You just don't like Atiku, do you, Jafar?
I didn't call names.
We know what you are. We are not a stranger to us now. We know.
I didn't put any name. I just said someone with questionable character.
Yes.
Yeah. So the fact that we don't see anybody talking from the north, from APC now, does not mean that they don't have capable people that can come out for that position. El-Rufai, just like I mentioned, you remember when he came to Lagos to
show power.
Yeah, to show power. He met with the former governor. What is that governor that Tinubu kicked out of power?
Ambode.
And he was saying to the media that it is time for people of Lagos or the young one to start organizing. You remember? I hope that you remember that one person cannot hold on to hold on the jugular of the state for so long, and nobody is challenging the power. And there was speculation there and then that
I agree with you on that, Ajali Koko. Even within the APC, there is this dichotomy about age. So you have younger politicians who think it is okay that Nigerians should start thinking of moving towards it. If you could remember, there was a day I was actually citing a name here that maybe, if you could remember very well, I cited Festus Keyamo, which would stand a very high stand among the younger generation of leaders within the APC. And the APC youth wing is very active in that guy, that youth need to be represented in government. But is it something that is achievable now, 2023? I doubt, because of many factors. Cannot work.
Yaya Bello have said that nobody should stop him from not contesting.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yaya Bello is just a joke. That one is just joking. He's a
young man. We like him. I like his God. We like young people to come out on the space and vie for public office.
But he's a highly corrupt guy, man. So he didn't pay the salary of workers, and he want to go to the presidency.
Most of them don't pay salaries. Most of them are owing salaries.
Okay. It baffles me the way we talk about these people, these idiots. I mean, like the likes of what's it called, Yaya Bello, and then we're talking about him because he has ambition. Does that make him qualify, or does that make him suitable or fit for that job? No, because that guy is, in every way you look at him, is a disgrace to his generation. It's a real big disgrace. But let me just say that's aside. My point is this: you see, I don't know if you guys listened to Professor Pat Tommy when he was being interviewed on one of the platforms. He said something about how APC came together with CPC and the rest of them. How the whole merger was just a real big mess. That is why the whole thing is playing out right now. So we're seeing it with APC. APC, they had to put out that party quickly. They didn't really sit down and trash out some of the possible conflicts that might come up, like what we're seeing right now in the future. PDP is a very established party. I respect them for that. They're very established. Only that they don't get their crap together. But then APC, the problem with APC is that they should have, work out some things when they were going to that merger. That is when AC, CPC, and the rest of them were coming together. But because Bola Tinubu was thinking that he was going to get the vice presidential slot, get it? And like he said, Pat Tommy said, the plan was that Tinubu would be the one controlling the government. But when it did not work out, because they said they can't afford to have a Muslim ticket, it will not work. It won't fly. That was why they opted for somebody else, like the likes of that was when Tinubu brought what's his name, the president, vice president, as a replacement for himself. So what I'm trying to drive out is this: they miscalculated. That was what Pat Tommy said, because it was an insider. Because I know even when they were cooking up those, when they were trying to put up the party together, Pat Tommy was one of them. So when he was on that platform talking, I could really relate to some of the things he was saying. So that APC, as we know it today, was quickly put together, and they did not really work out some things in that party to really trash out, spell out some of their whatever conflict they might have in the future, and that is what is playing out. So APC right now it's a real big mess. We're just looking at it. It's this facade of it's a strong party, it's a party in the government. I tell you, as we go into the 2023 election, I tell you, a lot of things will happen. A lot of things will happen, because if Tinubu does not get that ticket, or any of Tinubu's men does not get that ticket, APC will implode, or it will implode. That's what I can tell you. I can bank on that one for you, to you guys. APC will implode. And so if APC implode, that is the end of APC. I said maybe they want to use their state apparatus to really rig the election for whoever candidate that flies APC ticket. So the thing is this, Ajali Koko, Tinubu did a very big mistake. APC, we're seeing is just whatever we're seeing is just a shadow right now. The reason why this guy took over that party was so that they could really do whatever they want to do with that party, put in their own northerner or whatever they want to do with that party, or whatever man or from the south that will be their puppet. So what I'm trying to say is that Tinubu made a lot of mistakes, and that mistakes will follow him even beyond 2023. Even if he clinch that ticket, it will follow him, because they cannot have from the north. They will not ever allow a Christian from the north to go on the ticket with Tinubu. It will never fly.
You know, I think we make too much of this Muslim thing. We have had it before. Ababa Gana, Kingibe, and Abiola, they were both Muslims. So it's not as
a different time.
Yeah, well, so it's still the same country.
No, it's a different time. It's a time whereby let me say one thing to you. I tell you, if they don't give it to a Christian this time around, a lot of things will happen. If a Christian does not become the president, he does not have that presidential ticket, I tell you, a lot of things will happen. Because the way it is right now, you cannot afford to have 2 consecutive presidents that is a Muslim. So let's forget that Tinubu is a Muslim. He will never, even if Tinubu picks somebody who is from the north, who is a Christian, he will never fly. If he picks a Muslim, it will never fly. A lot of things is working against Tinubu, except they want to redirect election. So the best bet for them is now to just pick a Christian president from both parties that would fly maybe a joint ticket with a Muslim. That's how it's supposed to be. That's my own opinion, though. And that's how I'm reading the whole politics in Nigeria right now.
All right. Thank you. Just before I go on to the next talking point, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. And then I want to ask a general question. Alexander super chat to say, Jafar, why do you think the Igbos are constantly ignored per Nigerian president? I would love to hear your take on this. No one wants to feel marginalized. So address that quickly, Jafar, and then I'll ask my question.
So I would not say they are constantly ignored on the ticket, because like I earlier said, nobody is going to give you the presidency on a platter of gold. Nobody does that. It doesn't happen like that. But responding to your question, Alexander, I will want to refer you back to 1989, the Just Convention. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what happened at the Just Convention during the primaries of NPN. Most of the Southeast delegates never voted for Dr. Alex Ekweme, even though he was a presidential candidate. And that singular action angered a lot of his supporters, especially those coming from the north. So you see, always they will tell you, Igbo people don't like themselves when it comes to politics. They don't like themselves, they don't support each other. I was listening to a program of Senator Adamu Buchuma, this guy from Bauchi State. He actually made that same point, I think it was 2 days ago on channel television. He actually made that same point.
Yesterday.
Yeah, okay. He actually still made same point. So you see, it's about organization. If you organize yourself, you take yourself serious, like Ajali Koko, I just told you that, was it you or to one man that I went, the Igbo youth are asking their leaders to create a committee for presidential aspirants. Choose somebody, support it. Home-based support is vital in every politics. Every politics first is local. When you support your own, then you put it out there. People will come, talk to people. People will convince people. They'll support you. Abiola did it. Abiola beat Bashir Tofa in Kano State. Bashir Tofa, a child of Kano State, from a respectable family, but still he could not win. A Yoruba man from Southwest came to Kano in the Northwest and beat him hands down. Not only in Kano, he beat him in Kaduna, he beat it in Sokoto, he beat it in Maiduguri, he beat it in Katsina, he beat it in most part of Northwest. So it's how you carry yourself and how you sell your candidate. I don't think like there is something endemic about a particular tribe. No.
Yeah, but
we might have our differences, but when it comes to credibility, when someone is credible, you are credible, it doesn't matter. Okay, when I see somebody, by then when people see Abiola, they were seeing somebody that was selfless, somebody that was helping everybody. It doesn't matter which part of the country you come from. You come to him, you have a problem, he solves it. You invite him to an occasion. If he doesn't show up, he sends somebody, and there is an envelope coming. So you see, people like that, it doesn't matter. You don't carry your tribe around when you are doing it. And I think Igbo people still have some people like that. But will they allow them to come to the public space? That's a decision they have to make, not the rest of the country.
But
the problem with the Igbos is that they are too independent. They don't want somebody to control them. When they get there,
politics is not like that. Then you will not. You will always.
You and I know it's not like that. That is the reason why. That is the reason why the power from the north will never allow Igbos to get there, because they believe when they're there, they are too independent. They will never be able to control that Igbo man. That's the problem.
Why is that? Why do not hate the Igbos? Why is that? Because I know
they don't hate. You have to stop saying that, Charles. Nobody hates the Igbos.
No, that's a good question, one man. I'm Igbo guy asking the question. You don't speak for the Igbo.
No, but you say that all the time. But Jafar, if you want
Charles,
to
Charles, there are more than 12 million Igbos in northern Nigeria.
Yeah.
I mean, more than 12 million who take northern Nigeria as their home. Today, if you ask them to go back to East, 80% of those 12 million would not want to go back, because that's where their life is. That's where their livelihood is. If you think they hate them, do you really think you will live in a community that hates you? So you see, that's a perception you guys are having. That's a perception. But
Charles, nobody hates
sorry, rational mind. And Charles, that 12 million that Jafar is describing, a lot of them, they are 3-4 generations deep. You know, they've been there generation after generation after generation. You know, they've built houses, they've married. You know, so you need to move away from there.
That's the question.
Charles, nobody hates Igbos. The only thing with the Igbos is this: Igbos are free thinkers. Igbos are Republicans. They are too independent. And so the way the politics of Nigeria works is that. Let me give an example. Look at Tinubu. At least one man showed us a picture of Tinubu now. What are the people that were talking there? Who were those people? Are they Yorubas? From that picture, from that video, it seems like the people that were talking to him were mostly from the north. So the thing is this: we know that the north, they run things in that country for now. It might change in the future, I don't know, but for now they run. So if Igbos must come into the limelight, the Nigerian limelight, political limelight, they need to do away with that freaking I'm not saying they should not be independent, but they should form an alliance. Alliance in this sense means that they need to come and meet those people who are so-called power brokers in that country, and then they will need a little bit of some kind of influence and some kind of control from them for them to get into there. Which I'm not saying should be. That's not how politics should be.
Yeah.
Anybody that gets there should be able to independently control his country that he is the head over. But the way Nigerian politics works, you must form an alliance. An alliance here means that you must have some sort of control from those people that put you there. You get it? So that's how Nigerian politics works. So nobody hates the Igbos. So if the Igbos have to get there, they have to form an alliance. That's what I'm trying to say.
But then
all right, thank you.
Well, you see, that's what I'm saying.
Why do they want Biafra? I think it's already wrapped. It's already wrapped in
Nigeria. That's what they want Biafra. They don't feel like people live in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
The answer to your question, Charles, is already wrapped in just that feedback that you got from Rational Mind. It says they are independent-minded. Maybe I'll put it in a different language, but along those lines. So they want to be a certain way whilst being whilst being nested within a certain country. So you see, they say it is the child that reaches out that the parent will carry. So there has to be a reaching out for an embrace to take place. So a reaching out, then the embrace takes place. But let me go to the question I wanted to ask. It's just a little question, and then I'll move on with Ajale Koko. I know that a lot of you will say they don't have ideology, philosophy, etc. So we take that as a given. But just in terms of the two major political parties in Nigeria, which do you think they best mirror in terms of the Republican and the Democrats in the United States, or the Conservative and Labour Party in the United Kingdom? So who do you think they best mirror in terms of their ideological thrust? So who are they akin to, Republican or Democrat, one for each, or Labour or Conservative? So I'll take that question from Ajane Koko, Jafar, and Truth to Power. Just a brief thoughts on that.
I don't see them. I don't see their ideology. Their ideology does not match either Republican or Democrat in the United States. The ideology of Nigerian politician or both party is just to loot the resources of the country, and that's it. Loot the resources for their own selfish interests, resources that they're supposed to put into use for the development of the people and the nation at large. But they just gang up and corner the resources and stash it away for their own benefit alone. So they don't match, they are not in line with the ideology of Democrat or Republican. That's why you see them jumping from one party to another party. I mean, they don't have no ideology, man. That is why we always say it loud and clear on this platform that we should not root for any one of this party. We should go for a new party. It doesn't matter how that new party look. It doesn't matter whether they have a geographical spread. Let's look for a new party and vote for a new party across the country. Let me vote for Showore. Let one man that you like, Shogba, I mean, what's the name of that? Mogalu. Let Jafar go and vote for Professor Jiga and Sonny in PRP. Let all people across the nation look for those smaller parties. When we do that, and that will put us in a situation where one party will not have dominance over others, and that will bring all the party together and then negotiate how they want to move the nation forward, how they want to share the position, how they want to do things together. And when that's happened, that is when we people are participating. But these people, you see, they don't have no ideology. The ideology is the same, to loot, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So to you as well, Jafar, who would you say that either of the two big parties in Nigeria share an ideological kinship with amongst the two big parties in the United States?
My answer to that question is none of them. But among them, they share one characteristic, which is kleptocracy. That is one of the characteristics they share among themselves. So Nigerian political space, especially the Fourth Republic, is not based on ideology. There is no ideological difference. They don't believe in anything other than embezzlement of public funds. That's all they believe in. Like Ajali Koko rightly stated, that's why they are able to move from one party to the other with no remorse, with no shame. So shamelessly. They do it over and over because they don't believe in anything. But the good news is that in Nigeria, at least, you have other people that are already thinking towards ideological party. Like I was listening to this lawyer, Falana. When I listened to him speak, the way he was, articulating his view on Nigerian politics, you could see he is trending towards some kind of Pan-Africanism and socialism. So maybe it's not like a pure communist socialism, or maybe it's a democratic socialist. So we will still have to see as time goes. So I'm happy that at least we are moving towards that space now, where people are actually coming out and telling us things they believe based on ideology. And I think if he rally enough people, there are enough people in Nigeria who actually believe in that okay, you can use the government to better the masses. I personally share that view. If we can help him build on it, that would be good.
All right, thank you, Jafar. And finally to you, Truth to Power. So just in terms of ideological thrust, who would you say the two parties, big parties in Nigeria, share kinship with in the United Kingdom? The Labour Party and the Conservative Party. So who do you think they align with ideologically are the two parties in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I think for the most part, the two earlier speakers, Janle Koko and Jafar, I think they captured my thoughts very well. So for these political parties in Nigeria, I think when they set off sheep, they don't know exactly what directions they are going. So, for example, you start out as a political party, you know exactly what your values are, what your principles are, whether you are someone who favors long-standing traditions that really work for your people, or you're someone who is a lefty, like the Labour Party is in the United Kingdom. But for these two parties in Nigeria, I would say for the vast majority of the parties in Nigeria, not least these two, they've not been able to carve that sense of ideology for themselves. And I think that's one of the reasons we still have the very many dirty politics that we see today. People don't know why or what they stand for. And that also speaks volume to the state of defection. One person is here today, tomorrow is in the other party without any real principle guiding his decisions. So personally, I don't see any one of them that is remotely close to that. But I'll give it to PDP, one of the big parties in Nigeria, long-standing since 1998 or thereabout, since the inception of the Fourth Republic. I'll give it to them. There seems to be a bit of structure for them. I believe that in the near future, PDP will get it right sooner than any other.
What do you think? What do you think their overarching philosophy is? What do you think their thrust is? Like you said, they are relatively long-standing, at least in Nigerian terms. So they are taking shape now. But what shape ideologically do you think that is?
Okay, I'll go straight. I think PDP, if anything, we can see that they are.
Sorry to interrupt you, Truth to Power. Do you know what the what do you know what the political alignment is? So if I say somebody is left of center and right of center, do you know what that means?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so along those lines, left of center, right of center, what do you think?
For PDP,
yeah.
Yeah, I think PDP are more. I think they will be. I'll give them a bit of right of center, right of center. So I believe that PDP, they are, if anything, PDP are the party in Nigeria that really do not look too much into religion or look too much into where somebody really comes from. Before they can really rally around that person. APC is not there yet. There's so much divisions along the lines of ethnicity and religion when it comes to APC still in play. But PDP has been able to prove that whether it is a Yoruba man or a man from the South or an Hausa, a hardcore Hausa man, they can rally around behind that person, and that person can carry through their whatever mandate or whatever their manifesto is. So PDP has been able to prove that over the course of the years between 1999 and now. But APC, we're yet to see that. They only have started only recently, and yet there's so much rancor and division. And even Mr. Buhari has not helped matter, showing us that inkling that is somebody that is more for his people than the vast majority of Nigerians. So so that's my take on that.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. And broadly, I would agree with you as well, because that was my first instinct before I asked the question. Just broadly and loosely, and very loosely, I would agree that PDP are left of center, are right of center party, and very, very even loosely, APC left of center party, which then, of course, the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom, right of center, and the Labour Party left of center. But Ajanle Koko, back to you. Thank you for that, gentlemen. Ajanle Koko, back to you. And this narrative now coming out of the East, this is something that Charles was speaking to. Ohaneze Youth Demand Committee on Igbo Presidency. So they're now asking, because there's a meeting soon to take place, probably taking place already, in the Eastern Quarters by their key leaders to just discuss the goings on within that space. And what the Ohaneze youth are saying is that at the top of the agenda of that meeting should be now a committee set up now to champion this now push for an Igbo presidency. So what are you making of this call from the youth from the East?
Well, if the youth are speaking in this direction, it tells us that there is still hope in the East. There's still hope in the sense that youth participation in politics is very, very important. If you don't have youth participation, political activities will not achieve a good purpose or a future purpose. But I want to believe that Ohaneze youth coming out to say this now, it's not too late. Their statement does not come too late. It might appear that it's coming too late, but at this time when we have crisis in the East, and for them to speak in that direction, it means that they want to participate in the political activities, and they want to work among the youth in that Eastern Quarter to come out and participate in the political game of Nigeria. But how far this is going to go and what result is going to achieve is what we don't know yet.
Well, you know what they say, Ajanle Koko, after the reggae comes the blues. After the reggae comes the blues. And when it comes to the blues, that means the DJ is calling for the last dance. So that is not the time that you are arriving at the party. That is the time you are getting your coats. The DJ has started playing the blues music, and now these people are forming a committee. Too little, too late.
Well, how far it's going to go is what we don't know. But if we really need peace in that country, power needs to shift to the South. And when it shifts to the South, it is the time for the Igbo to produce the next president. I know it is hard.
I don't see, people don't see presidential.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. You see, the reason is this. I've already said here that greed kills and greed destroys. The greed of Jonathan for the Northerner not to have the candidacy of PDP in 2019 within PDP is what brought us to where we are today. You see, Yoruba have had that position of president in the name of Obasanjo. The Southwest have had it. Jonathan from the South have had it. The only part of South that have not had this are the Igbos. If we don't,
and you think the Igbos can step up to the responsibility of being president?
Yes, they are very capable. They have capable. Look, they have capable people. They have capable people.
I'm sorry, it's not about capability. They are very quite capable people, but it's all about organization. It's about organization. You have to organize yourself. Nobody is going to organize for you. and give you the presidency on a platter of gold.
But
you must engage.
What kind of organization you are talking about?
Well, they don't have
involved in party politics.
They are
involved in party politics.
Look, they have been participating right from day one. We started this fourth republic. We know where Igbos are concentrated. They are in PDP. The PDP, the strength of PDP is in the south, southeast, and south. So, southeast and south. They have been voting PDP all the way since day one. So PDP cannot deny them now.
I agree with
participating.
You.
They have been participating, and they have been organizing, and they've been winning election for PDP there.
So don't you see that as a problem? Don't you see that as a problem that they're only concentrated in one party? Don't you see that as a problem for them?
No, it's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
They have some in APC too.
No.
Let me put some historical context here, if you guys don't mind.
If you want to talk about Yoruba too, Yoruba are not.
I just want to put some historical context, if you guys don't mind. Okay. You remember during the formative years of APC, when the Buhari people, after running election 3 times and was not able to garner enough vote to be president, they decided to say, okay, we have to reach out to other blocks so that we can form some kind of an alliance or a merger to confront PDP, because if they go divided, they can never go astray. Tinubu's win action group actually joined, but Abga, when this governor from Imo State, Okorocha, actually joined, they lambasted him. And up to today, they have this name, derogatory name that they call him. So you see, it becomes difficult, actually, Coco. It's not like people don't like them. We have one of the very best of our people are from that part of the country. That if PDP, for instance, as we speak to you now, and I'm pretty sure, if PDP could put a person like Dr. Ngozi Iweala as their candidate, Tinubu will have a match. But will not just, it will be a very good contest, because a lot of people will rally towards her candidature. But will the politicians from the Southeast ever give her the opportunity? That is the question. That is the question that they are the ones to answer. It's not
that's
like
a valid question.
Yeah, but
that's a valid question.
But your fault. That's in the truth. Igbo the only guy who saved Nigeria. I'm saying Igbo president will save Nigeria. But other tribe have done no progress. That's why the Igbo will be president. The only way to save Nigeria. I'm saying the truth.
Talking about
Igbo the only guy who saved Nigeria. Other tribe have done nothing. Nigeria is the same. That's what I'm saying. That's my opinion.
One man. Let me say this. Talking about let me quickly say this. Talking about Okojo Iweala. You know that she's from Delta State. I know. I'm sure some of you know that she's from Delta State. She's married to a man from Abia or Anambra State. So
now she's taking her husband's name now.
Hold on. Yeah. Of course. I'm going to tell you the politics among the Igbos. The Igbos, if you're not from those 5 states within that southeast, they don't refer to you. They don't really. Even among themselves, even from the east, from that 5 states, they still kind of discriminate among themselves. So what I'm trying to say is this: that I don't see that happening. That is, except maybe they come together and they allow her to fly. Because what I'm hearing is there are 2 people that are putting forward. This guy from African Development Bank, that is in the caucus of Obasanjo. That is where Akinwumi. Then Okojo Iweala. So the 2 of them are the 2 people. That is why they are zoning it to the north. So these 2 people possibly, they are the 2 possible people that the PDP might carry their ticket. So what I'm trying to say is that, you see, Igbos, they like to play this card of ethnicity. Where you are from actually. When it comes to all this kind of politics, they say they want somebody from southeast itself, any of those 5 states. You get it? So I just hope that
I'm only just conscious that we don't have any
Jafar,
person
sorry, I have a
apart
question,
from
But
Charles.
just agree with my idea.
Sorry, I just want to move on because for time. But I'll ask the question, then I'm moving on for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question, Rational Mind and Jafar. Since you are saying that Obasanjo, they are looking at Okunjo-Iweala and additional. So
additional, yeah.
Yeah. And Jafar said the military caucus of the PDP has wielding power in that party. Do you see either two of them being the running candidates for the PDP eventually?
I don't know. I don't know their relationship with the military establishment.
It won't work. It won't work.
I don't know. It might. We never know. I mean,
it won't work.
You never know.
Two Southerners
maybe
on the ticket.
Maybe.
No, it won't work. It won't work. Two Southerners on the
ticket.
No,
two Southerners. No.
Hold on. Who has a more realistic chance, even though their chances are still remote? Either of them. Who has a more realistic chance?
Let me take this go. Let me go first. Now, if you look at Akim additional with Obasanjo's influence, what I see is they might tag Akim additional with somebody from the north, like
the Americans hate him.
Who?
It was not American. It was Trump.
That was Trump.
Not American.
And even within Trump inner circle, there are people that likes him. Not all Trump, not Trump people hate him. People that work for Trump. Anyway, let's just do that. So now, if I were to go with the person that will go first, would be Akim additional. This is the reason: the powers from the north, which is if Obasanjo is able to broker that peace with them, they might tagging with this former Jigawa state Sanisu what's his name?
Lamido.
Sule Lamido. So they might target with him. But then the thing is this: for a woman, that is where the Northerners will have problem. The Northerners from within the PDP, they will have problem with that. Easterners they can allow, South can allow it, Southwest can allow it, but the Northerners will have problem with it.
No. The Northerners have a history of female leadership, Queen Amina and all that.
Forget that one. Huh? No, I mean, one man. Where are you from? Are you from a different planet? I mean,
how do you mean? So things are changing now. Things are changing. You see,
forget that thing. Even I tell you this time around, it's even worse now in the north.
No, things are changing. You remember?
Jafar, no,
I
don't believe that.
We have a deputy
governor. He's from the north.
You can say he's from the north. I'm telling you about the politics that I know in Nigeria. They will
he's telling you things are changing. Go on now, Jafar.
The deputy governor of Kaduna State is a female. Something that maybe 10 years ago was unimaginable. Nobody could imagine that. And remember, the candidate, the late minister, Senator Aisha, ran for the Taraba governorship ticket, right? Under APC, then she lost.
She actually won, but they rigged out, right?
So let's go by the official result. She's not the governor. Dario Sisiaku is the governor, so she lost the election. So there is level of
hold on, Rational Mind. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So we have an improvement now. There is improvement. I believe maybe, as you like me say, having a female to head the ticket will not be easy because you have a lot of preachers that will actually make their Friday sermon based on that gender. Yeah, that's a fact.
From there.
Yeah, so that's a fact. So
you know what I just want to say to that, Jafar. If they have a female person on the ticket, yes, because it's a patriarchal society, isn't it? The North. So that patriarchy, but not all of that patriarchy is essentially anti-female. So a significant minority will still allow it, but then the vast majority of female voters, when they get into that booth, some of them will say, okay, I am a woman, she is a woman. So that female vote, she will get a share of, yeah.
Well, man, that's in Western Wales.
In Africa,
the woman is the worst enemy of the other woman.
Yes. Even in America, they failed to vote for Hillary Clinton. Women gang against her.
So it's not easy. It's wishful thinking. I agree with that.
But the way I want to, I look at it though, I don't want to believe that the opposition to a woman president we only come from the north. I believe we come from all over Nigeria, even in the south. I'm talking about the politician now. The politicians. When we're talking of the game of politics, the men doesn't want women to lead them in the game of politics. That is the way it works. No, I will. Well, have you ever seen Southerner, a woman governor in the south?
Well, you can say that, but we're talking about listen.
Look, among the politicians, I'm not talking of among the politicians themselves. They will shoot her down. Not the populace. Forget about the populace.
You're right.
But the politicians
never allow it happen. Not we never, but we will strongly go against it. The southern politicians will go against women, not even the north.
If they can come to
women leadership,
they will give it to this lady. They can give it to her. Southerners will support it. But the only problem is the north. That's the only way I see it.
All right. Thank you. Let me get back to
a rational man. You keep saying about the north. Things are really changing. You remember
what is changing?
There are a lot of things that have symbolic.
I'm not an ethnic bigot, all right? But
when people in the north see Amina as Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, they are mother, they are sister. No, I'm not talking about the reason. I'm talking about the symbol. So you see, those little images that you tend to undermine, it has an impact on people's mind.
You have a president that says our wife belongs to the Zadora room.
You know, rational mind. You know, for a very long time, when Buhari first came into power, he refused to shake hands with women. There was a period he went through that phase that he didn't. When the woman comes, he will put his hand on his chest or just do some, But then people were criticizing. Then he will go to Europe and shake hands with Angela Merkel, and then people are saying,
remember how he shunned Tinubu's wife? How he shunned her, you see? So these people are just hypocrites,
No, that Buhari is a big mistake.
I'm not an ethnic bigot here, but I'm telling you, the north is what it is.
National man, I know you. You are not a bigot. So
no, that's your subjective view, though. But let me move back to Ajande Koko. We were still in the north, actually, with this just last talking point, Ajande Koko. Anti-open grazing law, federal government backs Herdsmen'S planned suit against southern governors. So there you are. It was Umar Gwandu, the spokesperson for the Minister of Justice, that came into space to make that announcement. So what are you making of that? Federal might against the sovereign states?
It's unfortunate that we have a president or maybe an administration that doesn't love peace in that country. For the presidency to come out and support the herdsmen in their suit against the governors is very unfortunate. It further tells people that Buhari is strongly behind them. It further tells us that it further confirmed that all the atrocities that these people have committed around the country, killing people in their farmyard, in their farm, coming to Igogon to kill them, that they are government sponsored. And the government will protect them every time, anytime, any day. The government has showed to us that people have been talking about, land grabbing, that all the effort of this government is land grabbing for the herdsmen. It has just confirmed it now. that he want to do everything to grab land for these herdsmen. I mean, what the governor have done, they are not saying that the herdsmen who want to do business in their state cannot do their business. They are just asking them to do ranching and to register their business like every other business, and they can know who is who, that he is a herdsman in their state. It's a business. What they have done is, it's just to get them organized and run it like a business, a decent business, and stop them from moving around and having this skirmishing with farmers and killing. It's just, when there is anywhere there is trouble or problem in the society, it is the government responsibility to wade in and find solution to that trouble. We have trouble with these herdsmen. These criminal herdsmen that took trouble to every part of Nigeria. There's no part of Nigeria that is spared. All in the north, in the south, everywhere. Even in the north, the governors of the north are even passed law against them. Like in Katsina State. Katsina State has passed law against open grazing. Kaduna State has passed law against open grazing. What is the problem with this presidency? Why are they, supporting criminality or acting, in a criminal manner with impunity? That is what this government does all the time. It's unfortunate that we have government that can do this. There's no reason to leave them. They have sued. Let them alone. They have their attorney, but coming out to support, say we are backing the herdsmen. That tells us that this man in power is have nothing good for that Nigeria, but rather commander-in-chief of destruction of Nigeria. That is what this presidency represents.
All right, thank you, Janle Koko. It's just a shame, really, because Buhari is the golden opportunity to solve a lot of problems in Nigeria. Buhari, above any other voice, is a voice that the Fulani headsman would listen to. He knows that. We all know that. He's the life patron of Meiti Allah. He's a deep-rooted Fulani man. He's a Fulani elder, probably the most senior, most in terms of respect, Fulani person that they look up to. They align themselves solidly with him. So if he uses that influence then to recalibrate them and say, look, this is not how things are done anymore. I am in power now, and I will use that power to facilitate for you a different way of being. These ranches, go into ranches, we'll put veterinary services there, we'll put medical services there, we'll put schools for your children. Even this roaming cattle all over, that's not even cattle rearing, is it really? That is not any form of animal husbandry. That is more of a cultural thing. But then modernity is not going to make way for ancient cultures. It is everybody has ancient cultures now. Who doesn't have ancient cultures? We all have ancient cultures, but everybody at some point in time have ceded culture to modernity. So it is time for that space to cede culture to modernity, because the world is not going to stop. As the cattle rolls by, the world is not going to stop. The world is marching forward, so just get on the train. It's just as simple as that. But thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's go on to Ovie, who has been patiently waiting. Ovie, are you there?
Yes, sure, I'm here.
Okay, good to have you, Ovie. So let's start from the beginning again. Pandora Papers investigation indicts Peter Obi in alleged illegal businesses. So he went into a notorious money laundering haven to set up a shell company. He padded out that shell company with Europeans. hid the company under his daughter's name and then took the company and he hid it inside another company, which he then parked in British Virgin Islands. But now that the Yawa has boss, they put his hands up and say, I don't know, sir. Adanle Koko's golden boy. What are you making of this guy now?
The way
Peter Obi for president.
The way you back up your statement with action, he carry weight. Yes, for me, it's not. I'm not surprised. It's just I'm more interested in why, not just for Peter Obi, but in everybody that is involved. For Peter Obi, I mean, he's a politician. I don't trust any politician in the first place. Somebody is a banker for years, so if he's not in the list, I'll be surprised. So yeah, man, it's not something that we should all take to the bank or take to the market square, as I said, because all of them are involved. They say I wouldn't catch now every tip, so it's not new to me. I'm just just that for now, at least people that carry Peter Obi for air, I hope they could pipe down by now. People like
no, but before we go into how it affects his politics, Ovie, just his excuse are feeble and not fit for purpose.
Yeah.
Ajanle Koko and even myself, everybody of the thought that it was better for him not to have said anything, because sometimes when the story just breaks, you need to step back.
Yes,
yes, he took that phone call too quickly and he's implicated himself. I did not know. You a senior banker, you did not know. What are you talking about?
Well-bred and exposed, so it's not. He should have just kept quiet. As I said, there are about 4 Nigerians. If you go Google and do your research, you see 4 Nigerians: Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President; James Ibori, former Governor of Delta State; Olubuse, I hope I pronounced that name right. Olubuse too, the former ruler of Ife, the past king. His name is involved too, although I think it's late now, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think he passed in 2015. So, as you said, he should have kept quiet. I mean, it's a political issue, understand, because almost all the media, even not just Nigeria alone, across Africa, his name neither they use, they make the headline. So it's crazy. He should have kept quiet. Now that you said it, and because his excuses are very flimsy, I go say you don't know. Like, is that an excuse? I mean, you are not the only one. People who are even more prominent than you, are even more known, and you are richer than you are in the list. I mean, for me, I think it's a thing of pride. if I be issue, I will turn it around. I mean, look at the names, for God's sake. Don't be any other name. Don't be hush puppy names there now.
And how does this play for him in the political calculus 2023?
I mean, his opponents are already in the market square. They are cashing in on him already. As I said, all the newspapers like Obi terrorists, I'll click on it now, only Obi. So yeah, they will. I mean, it's a big blow on his head. Well, I mean, it's information age, 2021. He can turn it either way. But of course, he has started on the wrong foot already. But I mean, who know how it goes from here? But of course, his opponents will go. We run away. We run with it. It's not something you, especially if people from the other part of the world are being persecuted, have been meant to answer for this. But as we all know, nobody today. It's not the first thing that came out. Instead, what happened to the first thing that came out? They went after the people that published it. So it's not a.
By the time he is able to extricate himself from this, the decisions would have been made. They'd be too late. By the time he gets out of this, positions have been picked, people have been slotted in. So better is this better luck next time for you? This is better luck next time, isn't it?
The only thing that will affect him if they are still considering him to be on the ticket with anybody, that might put a pause in it. But as I said, now them there, go affect them. But those that don't want him to be on that ticket have a bigger point to make now. But other than that, if he's not in favor to be on any ticket, he goes, if there's any position where they are call for him. What you want to do? What's the someone else before National Assembly? And no go swear. So he has at this point, will always be we just here laugh and talk about it. There's nothing we can really do. Or if to say we didn't involve in the politics of things now, we can begin to mobilize. No, yes. But we are not there yet. So to me, it doesn't affect him negatively. It depends on him. He can turn it around, but at the same time,
I think it's missed his window of opportunity of turning it
Yeah, I
around because
mean,
his first statement is what people will,
yes,
you know, because
his
he has
response
to go
his
back
response is
twice
what
now.
people will
Yeah.
run away with now. Not even what happened, but his response, like making the
Mm.
excuses. I mean, I think Saraki was also involved in the last one. Remember, there's a list like Panama Papers. Saraki was involved. I
Yes.
mean, he still end up becoming the Senate president.
Can I interject, please?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I really need to know if Ajale Koko is on oxygen because
engineer.
I'm
I
coming
don't
to
know say
Ajale Koko.
you bad like that, oh. I know they're on oxygen. I'm still alive.
because it's your precious gold that has been exposed.
Don't worry. We shall overcome. We shall overcome this problem. There's, there are challenges. We shall overcome it. No problem.
A month ago, I said on this platform, when Buhari will start exposing the South elites.
This is not Buhari. Oh, don't come with that. This is international newspaper. This is international this thing. This is not Buhari. Buhari hand no day here. No bring that of Buhari. We are ready to expose Buhari too. Wait, it's a matter of time. We expose Buhari very well.
I know.
You could hear the Buhari get 203 cows. Only 3 now increase.
Exactly. The thing is what we need to understand, right? I keep saying this. You see, why do you think the killing in South and Southwest, all the elites, they're not coming out to give a word of encouragement or consoling people that are being killed because they know what they did. You understand? I said this time to time, and I'll keep saying it.
You are right on that.
If they come out to challenge Baba, Buhari will expose them. Anybody who comes from South to open their mouth to say, oh, this and this, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be hard. Now, what is happening in South? How do we have traditional rulers? We have Indibos. We have Ohaneses. With all the killings going on in that territory, have they ever come out to speak or to address the issue? No. So, they know what they're doing. You know, I don't want to be talking this time with that number. They know what they did. Buhari sorts them out. Anybody who wants to come out and talk, they will open the chapter 1 of the book.
Chapter 1 of the Constitution. Of Buhari Constitution.
100%. Because
it's a bigger book. It's the dollar book you are talking about.
It's
the dollar book.
For me, honestly, I'm very happy that I see Ajale Koko is happy now, you know, because I was so concerned. I was very, very worried about this incident that just happened now.
Were you doing fasting and prayers for him?
Of course.
Don't worry.
I don't want anything to happen to Ajale Koko.
We shall
all right. Thank you, engineer. So, to that space that engineer just opened up, that what are the Ohanese and the Eastern Quarters are doing. So to the Eastern Quarters of VA, Ohanese Youth Demand Committee on Igbo Presidency. So they are still because one of their marquee names, one of their champion names now has been taken down by the international press. So they are now forming a committee. I think this was actually before even that story broke, but they are forming a committee, you know, to strategize on an Igbo presidency. But that makes that task now even more difficult off the back of the story that broke regarding Peter Obi Ovie.
Now they won't give Buhari and his APC co-host now muzzle to the flex. I mean, on one side we say I won't go, not even the presidency. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm as confused as I think as every Nigerian too at this point. You know, why did they start the agitation in the first place if they are not going to follow through? Or is it just a way to ask for the presidency? If that is a way, then that's a very they target the wrong administration to use that tactic for. So I don't actually don't know what to say to that spread. Is that actually real news or is just somebody among them just have that feeling?
No, it's their
The
lead
honor
person.
is the honor is I know that's what they want in the first place. So now if you say the honor is a youth, are they different from an average Igbo youth who predominantly
Well, you
champion
can
for
use that
IPOB?
as a catch-all for because just for simplicity, you might want to divide the eastern space into two strap lines. One strap line Ohaneze Ndigbo, another strap line the IPOB movement. So those are the two narratives essentially coming out of the east. But with the Ohaneze Ndigbo, their elders are meeting just on Tuesday, which is pretty much anytime now. So they are meeting to discuss insecurity in that space. So the elders of their harness are meeting. But what the youth wing of that organization is saying that yes, discuss insecurity, but at the top of your agenda should be discussing an Igbo presidency. So you set up a committee to identify a person, and then we all rally around that person because everybody in the country feels that we cannot present a united front. So they are essentially asking a committee, the setting up of a committee to identify a candidate. But are they even too late into the game? Is really the question.
I mean, yes, but again, if what you just described, which is there are two, the youth is divided into two. If that is the case, will you agree with me that is the only region that is applicable?
You mean divided into two?
Yes, that is youth because the southwest, I don't think they're like that. I think even the
I
those
don't think the Southwest has any youth group, essentially,
okay, so that alone, it's already against them.
No, they have every zone in that political zone in that country. They have their youth wing within their party and stuff. All of
I've
them.
never heard of
No, wait,
Afenifere youth.
not party,
I've never
not
heard of
party
that.
now. Yeah, party they have, but
Yeah.
just the way it is in this east, we are just as a woman put it, we have the among the youth, they are divided into IPOP and the pro Nigeria. Should I use in place of simplicity? Am I right? A woman.
Yes,
So if that
IPOB
is
and
the
Ohaneze, yeah.
if that is the case, then it's already from the get go. It's against them. You can already you are in terms of number, you are disadvantaged in terms of number. Then you now decide to go ahead and take a too extreme end. No, I mean from there alone is it's not a good strategy. But I don't know. It doesn't make sense that it's because I think it's a done deal in terms of which region, I mean which tribe now, quote unquote, they want to give the presidency. It's a done deal. I don't think it's going to the Igbo or the Yorubas. It's a done deal. The core Igbo and the core Yoruba, it's not going there. It's going to come from the south, but not these two tribes that has question mark in terms of their loyalty to Nigeria. There's a question mark even within the Yoruba land too.
Because this almost not ever, but certainly one of the last chances of an Igbo presidency, because this window of opportunity that opens now is a very unique and peculiar window of opportunity. So essentially, the country is looking to the south for the president. And when that president is identified, that president will hold that situation for 8 years. So after that 8 years, that power will transit back to the north because they will agitate. They will forget that they want the best man. Then they will say regional. So that will go back to the north. So if they don't come in now, then there's not going to be another opportunity for the next 16, 20 years. So a unique space now if they don't move.
I don't think they even have a chance. I mean, when you say it's a unique space, I didn't see anybody that actually want. Well, let me put Rochas Okorocha aside because lately, yesterday, I was listening to his birthday message and everything. That's a man who has been working just like Tinubu. But when you say this is their chance, I think I don't want to see like that. I disagree with you when you say their chance. Their chance, how? Just that me and you talking about it that they've been different. No, it's beyond that.
No. Their chance only because
who has stepped up in that region with that singular goal? Who?
No, that's the follow-on question. But their chance only on the mood that power should transit to the south. So that then cuts that narrows that space to a southern space. So this gives them more of a chance than ever before to have that opportunity. If well, and I know you may not agree that they are transiting power, but if we have it that power
Yeah,
is transiting to the south, then this now is an opportunity like never before, and that might not repeat for another 20 years for them to have an Igbo president. But they don't seem to be moving in the manner that they should.
Why I don't want to see the way you are putting it, even though it's obvious, is that I mean nobody actually step up his game. Say yes, this now our turn, and I'm ready. Why I said that because if you look at the other region, they are men. Even though they know that yes, okay, these people have a chance, but they still step up to the occasion, say, come in case anything happens. I haven't seen that. So them sitting there as though it's a pattern of God, they will come back now at our time. That's a no-brainer for me. I mean, people they should know. Nobody has stepped up. I'm sorry to put it this way.
Why do you think that has? Why do you think that is that nobody has stepped up from the east?
I mean, I think that's a question I cannot answer for them. As I remember, I think I said it before that when after the civil war, there is a big division within that space that some actually believe that okay, let's this newfound love that we should come together. Let's see how it's going to work. Why some up to today they believe that Mbano, and they have the right to do that, and I support them.
Do you think it's for fear of that? Do you think it's for fear? Especially now under this climate that the fervor for Biafra is so heightened. Do you think it's for fear of that no prominent person from the East has put his head up above the parapet to say that I want to have a go at it? Do you think they are afraid of IPOB?
To be fair again, Rochas Okorocha is one man that has the same ambition with that of Tinubu, and they are following it, rigorously, just in a different view. Rochas Okorocha has actually done some pretty great job as a Nigerian. Like I was watching his 59 birthday clip yesterday when he gave the speech around that. This guy has children everywhere, quote unquote children. His schools are everywhere in Nigeria and everywhere in Africa. That is crazy. Like with the kind of people that this man know across Nigeria, across the region, and from how he started it is on the same petition with Tinubu. It's just that Tinubu went ahead after him and attacked that progress. I think that's what actually take him down below the radar of the same level.
So, you see, the problem Rochas has is in the southeast. You see, he's a founding member of APC. He actually led a faction of ABGA
yes,
during the formation of APC. But okay, just look, his state governor is an APC governor. He is an APC staunch founding member. But they are fighting each other. Yeah, he's been painted as some kind of a corrupt person, even before he expresses. So you see, that's the problem.
That's why I said Tinubu saw this and went after him early via Otomo.
And that's what you will never see in the north. You will not see a northern politician coming out to paint another politician as corrupt, as evil. They don't do it even if they don't belong to the same political party. Because at the end of the day, there is an interest that has to be protected, which is the northern interest.
Is that a good thing?
It is a good thing, of course.
No. It's neither good nor bad. It's politics.
It's neither good nor bad. Rational mind is they say every politics is local.
Yes. You know why you guys are saying is either good or bad? It's because
that is what I can do. Never move forward.
Rational mind.
I agree with you, rational mind. We can't move forward with that kind of mentality. I agree with you.
See, what you guys say to I keep forgetting is that this is a competition.
Let me interject 1 minute, please.
Somebody has to win.
Can I interject?
If it's not good, if it's not winning, that is not good. But if they are winning, it is great. Step up your game. That is competition. When the competition is stiff, we have the better country, better economy, better everything. When the competition is stiff, but when one is step up his game, the other one is just there crying and saying, "I'm time." We are not going anywhere. Step up your game.
All right. Let Ajanle Koko come in, and then I'll take you to another a final talking point. Ajanle Koko.
You see that unfortunate character that we see our politicians in the South, that they play against each other, is just, it boils down to greed. The one you see there now, what is the name? The governor of Imo State.
Fulani Maid. Yeah.
Spring governor.
Yeah. All he is doing there is just to ridicule what this thing, the former governor. That
is why they put him there.
I won't agree with you that they put him there because, but he is greed, is trying to ridicule him, disgrace him, destroy him, so that he can have that space. That is what he's trying to do. But he, as a person, I want to tell you, after leaving office, record will be discovered that he stole more money or he embezzled more than that guy. He has no political base. Instead of him to use that position to build a political base by working hard to improve the life of the people and invest in that state, invest in the people, transform the life of the people, transform what is supposed to transform in that state, make that state work well for the people, better than when Okorocha is there. That is what he could do, you know, to establish himself. But he is using kill and go style. It cannot help him. Is he actually in control of that state now? He's not in control. You don't play politics of kill and go. And that is what some of our politicians here that doesn't have senses in their head do against each other. And it's embarrassing. Where is he now? Is he popular in the state? With what he has done, with all the exposure he has done against Okorocha, is he popular than Okorocha? He's not. Okorocha is still popular than him in that state. If they put them side by side for election, Okorocha will defeat him. And that's just my point. Just trying to interject, just to confirm what Jafar is saying. That destruction of each other politically, it doesn't help. Do work for your people. Let your people see that you are working, and then you will win the heart of your people, and you will get yourself established in that state. All right.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. It looks as though Alexander is not learning lessons from you. Maybe you should speak to him privately. This was you once upon a time, but the name was different. It was Peter Obi then. This is Alexander now. Okorocha is simply a fantastic human being. No one can take it away from him. As said, he has students from all over Africa in Ivy League colleges in America, sponsored by his foundation. The tribalized. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But once upon a time, okay, let me leave you alone, Ajale Koka.
One man.
But I'm sure that will just be in 2 days' time. You will come back. You will be on the spot like Ajale Koko.
One man. Today is your day. Bash me as you can. Because of Obi, just bash me any way you want.
Ajale Koko, you see what you see? You see Alexander super chat. This was you yesterday. Beating your chest that Peter Obi. Look at that.
One man.
Yes, sir.
Please. Enough now, please. I don't want anything to happen to Ajale Koko.
All right. We won't tease him anymore.
That's all I can say.
All right.
No. Ajale Koko, a countryman from
when I saw the news earlier, when I was collating news, I just couldn't contain myself. I say, if Ajale Koko, if he runs away from the platform, I will buy a ticket to America and I will bring the newspaper to his front.
I was driving. I have to pull over and double check. Is this true?
Yes, look at that.
Wow. I'm pretty sure Ajale Koko is beside him with the Tennessee whiskey.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Ovie is still within the round off your first.
Onokocha. I don't know about him being a fantastic human being, but what he has done with his foundation, my, that guy is something else. He has actually touched every nook and cranny. That's what Babangida was describing.
But it's not unique or peculiar. Atiku has that same reputation. Atiku has sponsored countless people through education.
The way Amana Rochas is doing is something else. It's different in the kind of way. Not just picking people and sending them to Ivy League. He actually has his own secondary school that run across the nation. Has about 25,000 students.
Yes. Are those fee-paying schools?
Yes.
All right. So it's a businessman then. It's a businessman.
No, fee-paying that I don't know. No. It's free.
They're not fee-paying. He has schools all over.
Free. I thought you said
look at what are you talking about?
In Nigeria, yes, the secondary school is cut across.
And they are fee-free.
100% from the confession those students were giving yesterday. They were. I'm speaking for what they are saying now. From what they are doing, and it's free. And that's what but apart from that, the amount of people was able to amount over 25.
You have to understand in a lot of when you are hearing this free, it may not necessarily hold on. It may not necessarily be free across the board. He may say that 5% of the entrance should be free or 10% or whatever, but I cannot find it difficult to fathom that he will have schools all over the country, all fee-free. Then that means he is paying forever and a day for the that's
depressing. It's depressing. You have to talk about his Rochas. He has a connection. It's a foundation. So the donation will come in a very huge amount. But apart from that, that's Imo State money too. If you want to narrow, want me to narrow it down.
Even Imo State money. I mean,
want me to narrow it down.
No, that's just.
But I get what you are saying, though. I get what you are saying. But what I'm stressing on is that his initiative actually cut across, like more than what I thought
and also those people that you heard giving accounts, giving testimonies, they were handpicked. They were handpicked.
No, I know. But again, the personality that were present at this 59th birthday, now only Buhari and I know they there, as far as I'm concerned. Every other person is there. From the vice president down to the Alimajiri on the street. I see the personality now. So that again got me thinking of what Mr. Alexandra was putting his money on. What he's putting his money on is going to go. But I don't see who won't carry up. That's where my calculation mixed up.
As fate will have it, Black League is also on the platform today. So you reminded them both of their bet. We're still keeping that bet in hand, both of you. Your $2,000 bet or something.
Now that Peter Obi is, let me agree with you, is off the chase. Will it be? Am I seeing Rochas coming into play with the article? That would be a bomb. Boy, it's not two different
he has to cross carpet then.
That one a normal thing. It's easy. We know them. It's not something it could be very smooth. So, but again, I don't know how they. But the guy actually has a very. His underground movement is solid. It's solid. I have to give him that.
Out of everybody in Nigeria, I cannot see a president Rochas or Okorocha. It's just. I mean, never say never, but I personally cannot see it,
But if going by the
Iberiberism in Aso Rock, look at that.
Wait, but going by the Fulani hegemony, going by their body movement, if they want to pick an Igbo man, they are picking an Igbo man who is Hausa. And Rochas Okorocha is pretty much an Hausa man. Even though he screwed up yesterday, while he was trying to stunt with his Hausa language, he ended up insulting his wife mother.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go on.
One man in South. If today, if they said you should give your own names that will come out for the presidency, who do you think you're going to give?
I cannot see beyond Wike. He's the only person in the entirety of all of that space. He is the only person that I can see. Peter Obi, he's already parked in the EFCC office, so we put him out of the way. Rochas Okorocha, just the ridiculousness of the man, Iberiberism, we put him out of the way. Senator Abaribe, who a lot of people admire, he is too Igbo. We put him out of the way. But Yemson Wike is the only person in that just South.
Iberibe would have been a perfect president. Would have been a very good president, though.
I think
it's too Igbo now. It's too Igbo.
Would have been a very.
But I think now you can see what Alexandra was saying. It's like he's coming to manifest, Let's be honest in that area, because
he's coming to get at truth, yes.
Everything is coming to fall in place.
You mean for Okorocha?
Of course, because in the south,
out of the way.
in the south, this is what is happening. The South, they were literally fighting for Biafrans, and it's ongoing case in the courts before the issue of Nnamdi Kanu came in, and before the issue of Samuel Ekpa came in. There was an agreement that the case is going on. It's ongoing case in the court before everything now diverted to Nnamdi Kanu. But what you need to understand here is, in the South today, in the Igbo's elite, I think the only person that we can consider that will come out is Iberberism. Apart from him, I'm telling you, whether Indibu or Haneze, they will just be dancing Python dance. That's just the truth. Let's not lie to ourselves.
No, I agree with you somewhat. Is the only name left. And Peter Obi too, by the way, because he's not been convicted of anything,
Stop
even though we
putting pressure on Ajale.
So one man.
Yeah.
There is somebody that I think is clearly being underlooked. That is the present Minister of Transport.
Amechi. Don't sleep on him.
Don't sleep on him. The way he carry himself very presidential.
Yes.
He doesn't run his mouth. In a lot of quarter, a lot of people admire him. So
is he not the one building Fulani Railway to Madi?
Poster boy so far, yes.
Jafar,
yes.
you know that he doesn't have Jafar. He doesn't have ground in South. That is his problem.
Yeah, and in Southeast they don't agree that he's an Igbo man.
Yeah, he doesn't have ground in South at all. They don't. Those people, they go kill him. They don't like him at all.
But if we have to be honest, he's a presidential material.
Oh yeah, he carry himself well. He carry himself well.
The way he carry himself, he
carry himself well. He doesn't talk. No.
He carries himself better than Okorocha.
And
no, never.
And that.
But let me give you this one. In the whole South, within APC, if you take Tinubu out, right? I don't see anybody that, if it comes to popular vote in the North, that can beat Okorocha.
What about Oshibando?
Nobody.
Okorocha will get the endorsement first of SHEKARAU.
Aboki be that guy, sorry. That guy now is a con guy. Aboki Rochas.
So you see, that's what it pains me. It pains me when I saw the way his state governors was actually destroying him within APC.
But that guy was a real criminal, though.
APC. They're all criminals.
No, but do you know what he did? Do you know what he did, Jafar? Because I did an account of it on this platform. When he was leaving office, he looted everything to the point that they were unscrewing doors. He was unscrewing doors and taking it to his own personal warehouse. I mean, where does it stop? He was unscrewing. He was taking light bulbs.
Keep it.
I mean, he just looted everything.
One man, there's another person that we are not even talking about. Okowa from Delta State.
Oh no, forget that one. I didn't even know the name.
Who is that? That one no get ground.
See, listen, it's not by no get ground. That carcass when it belong for data, they get money. They get money.
They get money past anybody else. Who don't get money for Nigeria?
They get money. See, just Jafar, correct me for
and Governor Okawa get support from Babangida.
Let me finish.
Don't undermine him.
correct what I'm about to say. When it comes to money, in Hausa term, there's two ways. There's mekudi, then there's kudin chizo. Kudin chizo means you get them, but you know if you spend that, you go finish. Delta State people no be kudin chizo then get. You know if you finish. And they are ready to spend it. And the North need that money. APC need that money.
It doesn't have that national appeal.
Okay.
No, name recognition.
Not as a president, as a vice president. I'm not saying the president. You understand?
And you know, political parties take that the factor that who can sponsor, who can finance campaign.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the shenanigans that happened within that region the past few weeks, the Obi coronation, the Okowa father burial, the dignities that were present says a lot. So they have money to bankroll whatever they choose to. Now group, now just click within that delta. You know, say they don't do full match for Rivers matter, every other state matter. They're always quiet and calm. So
that's why PDP wanted Buhari to be the running mate of Yar'Adua.
Can I chip in some?
Yes.
Yeah, go. Let's hear from Black League. Yeah. Hold on, Nove. Yeah. Let's hear from Black League. Yeah, go on, Black League.
Now, with Governor Okowa of Delta State, I agree with Fred that yes, Ovie, that he's a contender, but I don't agree that it's because of money. When we look at politics in Nigeria, money doesn't cut it. It's about
because the money is everywhere. I can take that point.
It's not about the money is everywhere. Okowa's group is backed by what's his name? James Ibori. That's the godfather of that group.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, he's had money before jail and after jail, but money doesn't get you there. Nigerian politics is very easy to predict because you have choosers. It's people who choose people. It's people who choose.
No,
let me land the point. It's people, and those people, most of them are former military men who choose people to become either president or vice president, all through Nigeria's democratic history.
Yeah.
When you remove all the military men, there's no single president or vice president that wanted to become president and became president. Start with Tafawa Balewa.
Yes.
It was Ahmadu Bello who prevailed on him to go and become prime minister.
Well, Buhari is second. Buhari did.
I'm talking about purely civilians, people who have never tasted military. That's all I'm saying. Go to Goodluck Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the South, who were the key players? Goodluck Jonathan did not have the national appeal. He did not have the money. It's people like Peter Odili of River State. People like Alamesaya, his former boss. People like Ibori, those were the movers and shakers. Those are who Wike is today. They were Wike back in the day. But they never got there. They had the money. They had the power and influence and all that, but they never got there. The same with President Umaru Yar'Adua. It's public knowledge he never wanted to become president. It was Obasanjo who sent the likes of Fayoshe to go meet him in Katsina and prevail on him. He knew that he was sick. He said his health wouldn't even permit him to take on a job like that. But he was prevailed upon. That's to show you a single pattern in Nigeria's democracy. The ambitious ones don't get there. It's the ones who don't have that ambition that are selected because they're easier to work with.
Okay, but that doesn't bode well for Tinubu then, because his ambition is fairly naked.
Of course, that's why I kept saying I'm not rating Tinubu.
When they're already calling him Mr. President.
No, that's just the people. I'm talking about the mindset of the people choosing. And then we as the citizens, we now think like those selected few who choose. So that's why we are able to limit presidency to mediocre things instead of actual competence.
Mr. President is pocket.
I disagree with you as the area of money. You say money will not get you, but it will get you closer. And I'll give you a few examples. The Amechi we are talking about today is because of the money was willing to spend and get him closer to where he is today. It might not get you, but it will get you closer. And you make a point that who wants the seat is never given. Okowa never said anything that he wants to be in that.
Yeah, and that's the only reason, and that's why I support you. That's my only reason for supporting you. Is Okowa is unambitious politically.
Yeah,
he got to become governor because of Ibori, so that's the reason I support you, not money. There's a lot of people who have money who are not getting cut. Yeah, and Okorocha of Imo is one of them. He's always wanted to be president. Even before he became governor, he contested to be president. So he has already shown his cards.
That's why when they
he even said God told him once. He said God told him.
When they give Shehu the credit of changing the presidential landscape, I think Okorocha was there before. Okorocha display, I remember with his tour bus in Lagos those days, and they watch him on TV.
Okorocha had limousines. I know.
Well, he didn't clear the ticket though. Anyway, he didn't get it. He's not a front runner.
Yeah, that's because he's always been ambitious. Yeah. It's the unambitious ones who get there.
No, anybody can do anything. Even Chris Okotie. I rate Okorocha along with Chris Okotie as people who run. What is it fresh or what is his party, Chris Okotie? You know,
fresh party.
This is it. Okorocha is essentially fresh party with a bit more money.
With a bit more money. So there are names there that just be quiet. That they are what that same the space that will put the Peter Obi and there are men in there that they deserve that the same space. And it's just that the politics is just one way, and so tribalistic and regionalistic, whatever that. Just as regional Blackley said, the military are still very much in charge, and that is why, if you remember, Tinubu did not just go for Okorocha alone. He went after Amusu too, with the same my uncle Oshomole. He go after Amusu too in the same, because he know Amusu is in proximity of the military guys. Because I still believe that they are not done. They're not going to stop with Buhari. I still believe that guy, Mr. Sistande, to me, it's Charles and Tinubu. I believe they will consider him more than Tinubu. The power that be, the military guys as a black league. But if he sees that, Tinubu sees that and went after the two of them and make sure he disabled them in a way before now. So the people there that quote unquote the men are looking at, not just those the men we didn't use.
All right. Thank you, VA. Let me just go on to truth to power, just for reasons of time, because we're now 3 hours in. So truth to power, good of you to stay with us. So let me start you then from the usual starting point. Peter Obi now, Pandora Papers, hiding companies all over the world. This has been unraveled, but he's now saying the dog ate his homework and all of the usual, What are you making of our Pandora Papers and Peter Obi?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, woman. Yeah, it's still early days. He only came out today, I believe, or yesterday rather. Before now, too, I would say that I was someone that was also in his camp, like Ajanle Koko. I believe that he was a technocrat. He made his money. Of course, I cannot say thoroughly cleanly, but the vast majority of his money had nothing to do with politics. So it's early days that it's been copped out. I know that there are usual names too there, like billionaires all around the world, people in public services, even a few Nigerians like Peter Obi. But it's early days. I believe that it's not alone in that space. But I would want to believe that he did that outside public service. So I don't want to believe that it was Nigeria's money or the state government's money.
Well, you can choose to believe that, but you'll be choosing to believe that contrary to fact. He did that when he was governor of Anambra State.
Okay. So if it was found out that that's when he did it, but he was saying now that he didn't know that he was supposed to declare it, right? Is that not what he's saying now?
Yes, he was saying that he was not of the view that he should declare assets that he jointly owns with somebody else. which is just that's just beyond. Personally, to me, it's beyond laughable. But then, yeah, your thought.
Yeah. So let's see what the powers that be, EFCC and the Nigerian justice system. Let's see whether they can really find him out. If he's found out, of course. If he's found out, I believe that nobody's above the law. I believe that he should go in for it. If they had to, if they found out that he actually used public money to perpetrate such, then he should go in for it. But like I said, it's still early days. We're not 100% sure what the nature of that will be in the next few days. But it's going to really shoot him in the foot now, especially with respect to his ambition, or to the fact that people are banding his name in the background, that it might be somebody that the PDP might be looking to for the presidency. So I don't think this is good news at all. If he ever wants to aspire to become the president of Nigeria, at least not in 2023 anymore. But let's see.
This truth to power. This surely a matter for EFCC. Falsification of a public document, false declaration of asset, hidden accounts abroad, surreptitious moves in money laundering covens. So this surely a matter for EFCC.
I think it should be investigated. I believe first and foremost that people's loyalty should be first to the people than to a particular person. So for me personally, of course, I like him as a person. I've oftentimes listened to him. I know a few things about him, but my loyalty would first lie with the people of the states, the Anambra people. If he's found out that he's guilty of anything underhand, then he should be prosecuted. He should go in for it. I do not see any other thing other than that. But if they found out that he had nothing to do with the public funds and all that, then again, he should be a free man. But let's see what happens in the next few weeks, if this will be followed up by the EFCC.
All right. So then you wait in anticipation to see if we'll be eating tuwo shinkafa with Nnamdi Kanu.
It's tuwo shinkafa.
Tuwo shinkafa, all
right.
And burukutu. So as Peter Obi awaits his burukutu or not, the southeastern youths are agitating now for a presence within the goings-on of the elections. Ohaneze Youths Demand Committee on Igbo Presidency. So there's a meeting taking place almost today now of Southeastern Elder Youth, I think it's in Asaba, to discuss the state of insecurity in that space. But the youth wing of their organization is saying at the head of that meeting, the foremost agenda will be now to identify a champion that they can all gather around for 2023. What are you making then of the position of the Ohaneze youth, Truth to Power?
I think it's a little too late. I heard someone say it's better late than never. Of course, true, but I want to believe it's a little too late. Plus, the southeastern space is a very, very complex space in Nigeria because the politics that is played in that space is one that is very difficult to take them to Aso Rock. Very, very difficult. First and foremost, they do not speak with one voice. As we've been saying, look at Okorocha, Living Power and Hope Uzodinma, just sprinkling dirty water all over him, like he himself is a saint. So the politics that is played in that space, they are not a very coherent people. We've oftentimes said that the average Igbo young man, even if he's a young man of 15 in Igbo land, he's Republican, he's independent. He doesn't want to bow down to any person. But politicking is not like that. You really have to kowtow to certain powers, certain influences for you to get to where you want to get to. So beyond just the Oanese Indigo, holding meetings and trying to bandy or brandy one or two names now, I think it's a little too late. How much of that will chime with the powers that be in the north? How much of that would chime with the powers that be in the southwest? Is Tinubu, although he hasn't come out to lay his cards on the ground, but following every indication, is Tinubu going to relinquish or even nurse that idea with them in the southeast? So they are not playing the game. They started a little too late. They should have started before now. Plus besides just the pressure groups in that space coming out to put pressure on the powers that be, or to say that this is what we want. The politicians themselves, they are strong politicians, should be the one that should be making this case for them. And one thing that they don't have is that they don't have that one person that can really speak for them. So look, for example, in the Southwest, everybody might not like the Jagaban. Some people might not even like his style of politics, but everybody is speaking with one voice in that space. From Akeredolu to Fayemi to Sanwo-Olu, nobody dares go against him if really he has made it clear to them that he's coming out. Everyone is going to rally around him. That's how to speak as a people. And that is easily sold to the people. Once the politicians can cohere and agree, it is easily sold to the people, because the people can cry all they want. We want our own free nation, our own space and all that. But it is the politicians that can make these things happen. If the people will not be ready to die for what they believe in, it is actually the politicians that can make it happen. And in that space, as we speak, the Southwest politicians, they are rallying around their man. I cannot see a way where the Igbo politicians can do that now. And even if they start doing that now, to be too late to yield any meaningful results regarding the push for presidency in 2023.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. And largely, broadly, I agree with what you said. It's just too little, too late. Imagine when I'm not sure if you saw the video clip that I played when some Northern Caucus are calling Tinubu Mr. President. He should have stopped them from doing that, by the way, because that's tempting faith. But when people are advanced to that level, and Atiku is calibrating hard for that PDP ticket to stand toe to toe with Tinubu, in the East, they are setting up committee. They don't even want to go and find somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
That's shambolic preparation. I heard Jafar say that oftentimes, time and again. You are never going to be handed this thing on a platter of gold. The people we can all have sympathies towards them for all the powers that be care. It's never going to happen if you do not organize yourself. And this organization must come with thinking. You must have a clear sense of direction. And that's what Jafar was saying, that with the people in the North, even if they do not believe in their own people, but they will never come out to castigate. And not until the Southeastern politicians begin to solve their problems internally, not washing their dirty linen outside, they are not going to be able to put a united front, and they are never going to get to Aso Rock. However hard the people, the ordinary people would cry and want it, their politicians need to desire it as much as play the game, kowtow to certain powers, marry ideas with the powers that be ready to make trade-offs, and that's the only way they can land themselves in Aso Rock.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yes.
Yeah, come in.
Yeah. It looked like we don't want to consider the fact that the IPOB issue in the East has rattled the politician over there.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say to V.
They have been destabilized completely. You see, politicians can only work effectively and strategize effectively in a peaceful environment, where in an environment that there is, chaos and instability, it is always difficult for politicians, to move around and strategize and do things. That is number one. Then number two,
they don't speak true to their people. That's the problem.
Yes, that's the truth.
Yeah, they don't speak true to their people. They lie too much to their people, and that's why they've lost. The people have lost every sense of confidence in them. Not even we're not even talking about Ashro. In them, the people don't have confidence in them. That's why they would prefer to listen to IPOB and fan the desires of that man, even when he's not speaking to them directly, than listen to Opus Odima or listen to anyone in the Southeast space.
Yes, so politician has been rattled over there. The war going on there is more against the politician first in the East, and second against Nigerian state. So that is number one problem. The number two problem is that we don't want to recognize the fact that the East political base or political party is PDP. Even if they want to, struggle for this presidency, it's only in the PCP that can be effective. It cannot be effective in APC. It can't be effective in APC. It's only in the PDP. And now that PDP have started zoning this position, the chairmanship, they are zoning it to the north, then that is when the game will start in the PDP. So the PDP, you can look at them, they have not even started the game already. So that is the base of the Eastern Quarter. The PDP have not started this. So it is when the PDP start the game that we will see what the Eastern Quarters are trying, the kind of game they are trying to play. But I want us to know that they are not sleeping.
Should we not be seeing indications already, though, Ajanle Koko? These are much into the play. Should we not be seeing indications already that there are movements and there are recognizable names that we can make that association with for presidency? Should we not? Should we not already be seeing much more than not?
Yes.
Because we are not seeing anything at all from the East.
Look, the APC, the PDP itself is going through a troubled time. You can see crossover from PDP to APC. So that one is even is a big problem within the PDP now. You see, the governor for Obonyi is a PDP, is moving to APC. He has already moved to APC. And Abga is there. So there's problem within PDP until PDP put itself house in order. Then the Eastern Quarter will start their game. The game will be the game will be now clearer to everyone where the East. How the East want to play the game.
Sorry, Jafar. Ajale Koko, even with all of the problems that we're having in PDP, the runners and riders are already imagined. The names that people are talking about, Tambuwal, Wike, Atiku, Kwakwanso, so names are already in play, even in that troubled space. None of them are Igbo name. So I don't think anybody
Which name have you seen that is flying around for
For PDP?
For presidency.
Well, our Atiku, Saraki.
No, it's not speculation. They've not really.
Yeah, but are we speculating to an Igbo name? Are we speculating to an Igbo name?
What I'm saying is that they have not really come out to say, I want to contest for president. They should have.
Nobody
if they
has.
Are really serious.
Nobody has.
Yes, nobody has. What I'm telling you is that there's problem within PDP. They are fighting over the chairman, over corrupt allegation against the national executive. There's a big problem in that, and there's shift. Their governor, they are moving to APC. So there's a big problem in that house. That house has to be put in order first before they can start preparing for 2023. So that is what is once the PDP is stabilized, then we will know what the East want to do. So don't let us start putting much blame on the East as if they are not. There's no activity in PDP yet. They are fighting among each other.
Go on now, Jafar.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Ajali Koko, you see, every political party wants to win election, right?
Yeah.
And these people from the Southeast, with all due respect and with sense of responsibility, I'm trying to say this. You see, they have succeeded in insulting every other part of the country. You don't do politics like that.
How? Yes.
Go to social media. Go to see the name, the despicable names that they're calling other people who are not from their region, especially the Northerners. So if PDP wants to...
That IPOB...
They're not starting to insult. They're not starting to insult. Don't say that.
Are you referring to IPOB?
Yes,
Mr. Jafar.
I'm referring to IPOB. Yeah.
IPOB does not represent politicians from that side of the country.
Absolutely, it does not.
Is it not one of the main voices of that space, though?
It does not. I mean, it does not. I mean, you have mainstream politicians. All of us know them. Peter Obi, nice, direct person. With all due respect, we know that. But at the end of the day, Nigerians are the ones to vote in. And we all know the perception. That perception, that's what matters. Political parties look for that perception. Is this candidate we are going to put out there, is it the right time? Will he be able to rally the rest of the country in such a way that we get victory? That matters. That matters. It absolutely matters.
Yeah, Jacob, I don't like your statement. I don't like the statement you just said.
Which is what?
Well, he just says accusing the Igbos of hating all the tribe. No, they're not. We're not.
I'm sorry, Charles. I'm sorry.
I don't think he did.
I usually don't use that word hate. I don't like
Charles, the original
Igbo. Charles, I usually don't use hateful word. I never use that word hate. That's not like me. It's not my character. But you see,
can I ask you something?
Yes, sir. I hope I can.
Yes. Do you think you're being fair to the Igbos when you make that generalization?
I'm not being fair.
Do you think other regions are
don't
guilty
be too quick
of
to
the same
concede,
thing?
Jafar. Fight back. Go on.
No, it's not about fighting.
Let me land with the question, because if you're saying it's the Southeast, then you're willing to exonerate the South, the Southwest, and the Midwest region, that they do not have that insulting. It's like a perception that the Northerners are Malams, Abokis, not educated, this and that and the other. That narrative does not just come from the Southeast. I'm conceding that, yes, we hear it a lot more vocal in the Southeast, but other regions are guilty of it as well.
I totally agree with you, but you see, we are talking about presidential candidate and the perception that it comes with. It's not about the party, but the party has to look out for its electorate. How do these people feel? That's why I remember the first day I came on this forum, the first thing I said is that we have to be mindful of our words, because what we may say today might not necessarily mean, maybe you may think you are offending me. No. Personally, maybe I will have a thick skin, but the perception out there, how do people feel about those words? They might be ignorant. It might be rightly or unrightly. So that's why it's a perception.
I get
and you see, at the end of the day, it's one man, one vote.
Yeah, I get you, but you understand this. I was reading a story one time. The North was saying Johnson to the Igbo. I read a story one time to the North study for. That's what Igbos are doing. Don't blame them because the North study for us.
Jafar, you are somewhat right in what you said originally, even though people have made you walk it down, walk it back somewhat. You are somewhat right in what you said. Yes, we have biases and prejudices right across all of the ethnicities, which we openly say. But the venom and the vitriol that comes from the eastern quarters is unmistakable and peculiar to that space. It's just relentlessly just abusive language, never ending, publicly in public space. Yeah.
You would agree with me that that narrative is why the Southeast seems worse with that narrative is solely because of the IPOB movement. Am I correct?
Yeah, is that not one of the main voices of that space?
Yes, it's solely Nnamdi Kanu.
No,
that's leading the IPOB movement. He's the one who comes with very insulting narratives towards the North, especially. He did that too with the Yorubas, but backed down eventually. But the North, he's been consistent. So it looks like the Southeast is worse.
Is it not the voice of the East?
But
I think although we say that the East does not choose kings, I've heard that narrative a lot on this platform, that they don't believe in kings.
No,
they believe...
I hear it too, but I'm going to tackle it one of these days. But
yes, but doesn't Nnamdi Kanu hold more influence than a king? He's like a deity at this point.
Yes,
if one man can solely be responsible for such a strong narrative, he's no longer, he's more powerful than a king. He's a deity.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think it commands so much in that space?
It comes from Ojukwu. It comes from Ojukwu. Ojukwu was elevated to that level as a deity, past the king, as a deity. So no matter what he did, rightly or wrongly, he took the real agitations his people are facing. The same thing Nnamdi is doing. Nnamdi is copying the same script. Just one was a military officer, the other is not. The same songs they were singing for Ojukwu, your favorite song on here. It was Ojukwu's song before it became a Nnamdi Kanu song. Yes. So you see the same narrative. It's because these leaders, these two in particular, they know that their people are agitating for something. So they're taking that loyalty to the land and riding on it for personal gain.
Black League, would you say that Nnamdi Kanu commands so much, and we all agree that he commands so much in the East, because he's able to tap into the core of the soul of the people and speak their wants? Do you think it is because he essentially speaks what lies in the hearts of the people that he commands that much within that space? It's essentially their voice.
No. He is using their voice and what they truly believe in for his own personal gain, is what I'm saying. Because he knows that his people feel marginalized from the time of the first coup that was perceived to be an Igbo coup, although Igbo say they had nothing to do with it, rightfully so. But then that spilled into the Igbos being attacked in the North. Rightfully so, they will feel like they're under some form of marginalization and attack. So those are factual statements that these intelligent men know about, and they're gonna use it to gain power. The real goal is power, is not money. Because before Ojukwu started all that, money wasn't a problem. Before Nnamdi, although Nnamdi is not half as rich as Ojukwu is, money is still not the problem. It's really power. So he's gonna use real grievances to achieve that sole purpose. Since he cannot do it through the ballot box, then he has to be a politician. He cannot go that route. So to me, it's a cheat code to get to power. And anybody could challenge me on this.
Yeah,
all right.
but you can't blame them,
the last time you went that
Blackly, you can't blame
people
them.
were throwing stones at me.
You can't blame them. The person started first. They started attacking it. That's what.
Yeah, going to make people hate me on this platform, you know, Blackly.
No. Just put it on me. Just put it on me.
One man.
You see, they're already abusing me in the comments. Okay.
One man. We're gonna be very unfair to hold the entire South, entire Southeast responsible for ridiculous statement by Nnamdi Kanu. That'd be very, very unfair. Nnamdi Kanu
is not their leader.
Oh, come on, one man. You cannot say that.
Is he not their leader?
It's not their leader. It does not. Kanu is not Igbo's leader. Kanu is fighting for a different struggle entirely, which is against Nigerian state, and he's not speaking for the entire Igbo people. He's just speaking for his own struggle, that he believes in.
Yeah,
and not entire Easterner that believe in what Kanu is doing. So for us to want to hold the entire East,
it tells them to sit at home, they sit at home.
It is wrong. It's just like the same time we say, okay, for what
it tells them to sit at home, they sit at home.
Oh, well, yes. It doesn't mean it doesn't. Look, what has Nigerian state done to solve the problem?
Nothing. They're making worse.
What has Nigeria done to solve the problem? You have to blame Nigerian state for the problem as well. Nigerian state.
That's a different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is the guy that was campaigning for Nigeria in 2012, was carrying Nigerian flag up.
Yes.
Was campaigning for Nigerian unity. What changed him? What is it that Nigerian state have done to him that make him turn around Nigerian state? Nigerian state is a very ridiculous state, man. It's a state of injustice. It's a state that.
Ajale Koko, let me give you a direct answer.
Ajale Koko, sorry, everybody, hold on. Let Black League or VA, either one of you respond.
Let me just keep in this. The same injustice that the Nigerian state did to Nnamdi Kanu, did to me, did to you, did to every Nigerian. So he is not special. I'm sorry. Did to every one of us. We are also a victim of the same thing that he's complaining about. So what's the big deal?
What's the big deal?
Yes, I'm also marginalized.
Okay, let me tell you. Have Nigerian state ever attempted to strike in your house and kill your people and kill your father and your mother?
That is because I have never personally gone against the Nigerian state.
Oh, okay. So is it an offense or is it illegal to stand up and speak against injustice against Nigerian state?
It's not the only Nigerian
if you speak, hold on. So if you speak against Nigerian state have to come to your house and kill you.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that what Nigerian state have done? Hold on. Are you saying what Nigerian state have done to Igbo? Let me speak. Are you saying
me and you and one man, everybody, we insult the Nigerian state every freaking day. Every day we insult Nigeria. Have they ever come for us? No, the rhetoric is different. The move is different. The strategy is different. That's what.
Are you saying what? I'm asking you a question. Are you saying what Nigerian state did at Igbo house is legal? Is it a legal thing to do? Is it the right thing to do?
One man. And sorry, Ajale Koko.
A law court just rule against Nigerian state for their criminality against Igbo.
Ajale Koko, I get what you are saying.
What are you talking about?
Let me answer you now. If you wake up this morning and decide to say Nigerian state is your problem, whatever you see, take calm.
That is you. What do you mean? All of us cannot do like that. What do you mean?
It's not all of us that is in prison. We all saw the Nigerian government. Why didn't it come for us?
What is your point of argument again?
My point of argument is that what you are saying that Nigerian state go after them. Nigerian state is not just wake up and say, no, Ajale Koko is sleeping in peace. Let me go and disturb him. No. When you decide to pick a voice against the Nigerian state, I'm sorry, I expect anything that comes from you. That doesn't just go to Nigeria. So any state, Any state that you go against, expect anything that comes for you. They might be right or wrong. I'm not saying they are right or wrong, but you expect it, you call it upon yourself. What in Amdekanu experiencing is an equal measure of what he's doing. We all insult Nigerian government every day. I'm a victim of Nigerian circumstances too. I'm speaking from Dallas.
What capacity has Nigerian state?
I am speaking for you from Dallas. Do you think I like it? I am not proud that I have to come and hustle away from my family. So please stop this.
Oh,
what are you? What are you? You are just.
So what you are saying.
So you are.
Thank you, VA. Let's hear what Black Click wants to say, and then I'll go back to Truth to Power. So, Black Click, you were intent on interjecting. Yeah, so carry on.
Yes. One man. Ajandi Koko. Sorry. Attacking a people using guns is wrong. I get that. But when and also the war, the Biafran war, I think the victims are the people in the East who suffered, who died, and they had nothing to do with it. When there was a lot of ways that this could have been avoided, but that was all ignored. And then war came upon them. They didn't ask for war. So they're the victims. But when the military declares and secedes from a country, the number one job of a country is protect its territorial integrity. That's what makes it a country. So when you go against that, you have declared war on that country without attacking it. Any country will react that same way if you go to the point of declaring secession, which is you're no longer part of that country. And that was the start of the war. Although, yes, the Nigerian troops attacked first, but they only attacked.
Are you talking about the Ojukwu War, or which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Civil War?
The Biafra War. Yeah, you can call it Ojukwu War. It's the same.
Okay. So you are blaming Ojukwu now for Nigerian war,
and when you said
I'm asking you, Black League, are you blaming Ojukwu for Nigerian war?
Yes.
For the Biafran war?
For the Biafran war, are you blaming Ojukwu?
I've said it repeatedly, and I can repeat it.
Precisely
so.
Precisely.
And let me add to that. Can I add to that?
It's Nigeria state that started the war.
But the Biafra seceded before Nigeria attacked.
That's not true.
That is the fact.
That is true.
Sorry, Charles and Nigel Koko. Let him land that controversial thought, and then.
And you mentioned about Sunday Igboho. The issue of IPOB and Sunday Igboho are two completely separate issues. I've never heard Igboho setting up WSN, Western Security Network, to go around attacking people, police stations, threatening people. None of that. When you declare such an organization with no backing from the law, that means it's a free fall state. You're already saying you have seceded, and that's what's happening with the ESN and IPOB. I've never heard Sunday Igboho come out with that. The closest to that is the Amotekun, and that's not by Sunday Igboho, that's by elected officials. That has validity. So these are two separate issues. And then going to the Biafra war. Now, that war could have been avoided. Several things led up to it. But Ojukwu, I think single-handedly, I will blame him for that war and for sustaining that war and for having that many casualties and for fleeing the country at the end of the war. He didn't even fight to the finish. So that's not a good general in every standard. If you know anything about how the military operates, you do not flee. Yes, you can stage a tactical retreat, which is what I thought somebody of Ojukwu, because Ojukwu was one of the smartest soldiers in the military. Don't forget. The record shows it. So I could give him that. I could concede that to him. But he should have used his intelligence to save millions of lives. And he didn't. That's why I fault.
You see, Black Lady, here's a problem, Black Lady, I have with your statement. Nigeria forced the Igbos to be in Nigeria. Forced the Igbos to be in Nigeria. So one I'm kind of saying the truth. You see, man, you not saying the truth. What you just not saying the truth. Man, that Nigeria realize the North will sometimes the Igbo. That's why I'm kind of say that. So don't see that's an issue. The Igbo were forced to be in Nigeria. One mean Igbo killed in Nigeria back from war. I don't understand. Like, please, like, tell the truth. The truth will set you free. Nigeria forced the Igbos to be in Nigeria. They forced them to be in this country. So the Igbos won't get out of Nigeria. They forced them to be in this country. They forced them to be in this country. That's why as Igbo, I'm kind of sad. This statement, I'm very sad when you're saying. You guys stop saying the Igbos are tired of Nigeria. The Igbos are tired of Nigeria. They're tired of Nigeria. So stop saying that. You know the truth. This will set you free.
Oh yeah, I know the truth. I think what I got is the Igbos want to leave Nigeria. Yes, I know that. I know that a section of the people in the southeast want to leave Nigeria. I know that for a fact. But I know it's not all Igbos. I have personal friends that are Igbo. I have neighbors that are Igbo. I know I've known Igbo people my whole life. So I understand what goes on there.
There's a man that come from Aba. You are Okoro.
Okay, can I respond now?
Because the major, there are a lot of voices within that Igbo area. Some were part and parcel of the Biafra movement. Some were in the Biafra movement before, what's his name? Nnamdi Kanu came on. The Uwazurikes and them. Not all of them believe in Biafra.
Yeah, that's false.
All right. Sorry.
Are you an Igbo guy?
No. Sorry, Rational Mind. Sorry, Charles. Let me
respond.
Sorry,
Let me respond.
Yeah, you will. Just give me one moment. I just want to address what Charles said. So Charles, you keep saying that Nnamdi Kanu is saying the truth. But is Nnamdi Kanu saying the truth now, or is he saying this truth in this instance? Which truth? Because
my name is Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, all over Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We are not happy. We are not pleased with what is happening, and that is why we're here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families, people who are determined to tear the country apart violently, and it is not something that we support. It is not something that we would like to see continue, and we are here today to send a clear message to the Nigerian government.
Okay, so Charles, that was Nnamdi Kanu once upon a time, not that long ago, as a one Nigerianist and a Fulani lover, protesting the killings of Fulanis. Protesting the killings of the Fulanis in the north. He took time out of his day to go and demonstrate in front of Nigeria House in London, protesting against the killings of the Fulanis. So, which truth is he telling? That truth or this new truth now? Which one is the truth? It was a one Nigerianist, now not. So, what will it be tomorrow?
See, one we don't get the reason why Nam can figure the real truth of Nigeria. He figured the real truth of Nigeria, but he learned that Nigeria is an evil country. He learned that. I'm the same too.
So he's changed his mind.
Can I add to that?
So he's changed his mind. Is it likely today change his mind again?
No.
Is this flip flop?
He learned the truth of Nigeria.
One man, can I add to that?
One, don't like yourself. You know Nigeria is a bad country. It's a first state.
Yeah, but not according to Nnamdi Kanu now. You heard him. Did you not hear him? Do you want me to play it again?
Back then, woman. He knows the truth now.
But he knew the truth then. He knew the truth to the point that he took to the street. So that was the truth for him then. So he has a new truth now. But which truth will he have tomorrow?
I'm like an American too. I'm like an American too. I believe Nigeria was good, but I learned Nigeria is that state.
Oh, all right.
Well, man, let me come in 1 minute.
Come on, man.
Yeah, go on, Black League.
Black League.
So you asked a question regarding the video you just played about Nnamdi Kanu supporting One Nigeria, and you asked whether his position is likely to change. I believe so. This whole agitation is about presidency. Who was president when that video, when it was live? Wasn't it South? Ebele Jonathan, that is said to have Igbo affiliations? So why didn't we hear of that? When Jonathan called for the national conference, Nigeria could have divided then. Didn't the Southeast have representatives that could have said, we no longer want to be part of Nigeria with the South president? After the conference, what did Jonathan say? Oh, I'm going to pass it to the person who wins election, the next person, when he had the executive powers. But that's when you saw, when they have the power, you will see people like Nnamdi Kanu saying one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Let the power leave the Southeast or the South. It becomes we must leave, we must leave, we must leave. Why are we over here discussing Igbo presidency when somebody is here telling me the Igbos don't want to be part of Nigeria? Then what presidency are we talking about?
But then
Isn't a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? So if we have Igbo leaders cut across all the Igbo 5 states in the Southeast, coming to bring this narrative to national discourse, to counter the Biafra narrative, to tell us they are ripe and ready for an Igbo presidency, that everyone is coming on here to chip in on this platform. So what are we talking about? We have to learn to look at the truth in issues and really be dispassionate. It's not about where you come from when we want to build a nation.
All right. Thank you, Black League. Let's hear from Rational Man. Yeah, to you.
Yeah, I think I've heard what Black League said. Yes, I've always thought on that line as well, that like the video you showed, when was it Jonathan was there, that was when that video was made. Suddenly it changed, and I was like, what's wrong with this guy? I mean, Igbos with their normal, but then as time goes on, I saw that things were no longer the way maybe he thought back then when that video was shot. The way Nigeria is right now, I tell you, from the development, the new things we've seen going on in that country with Buhari coming in there, I think there's a need for a Biafra, there's a need for a Yoruba nation, or a renegotiation of that country. Of course, we might say maybe when that video was shot, he was maybe it was being an Igbo president that time, maybe we wouldn't have had this Biafra. But the current situation in that country right now, I tell you, there's a need for a renegotiation. Negotiating that country, or we go a separate ways.
There's a read for
is mine or not. That I don't know. But for me,
as the situation of the country change, national mind.
You say what?
As the situation of the country changed from then and now, has it changed?
It has changed, yeah.
It hasn't changed. People were killed. People were killed.
No, the situation has changed. The situation has changed. The country has never been as violent as it is now.
That person was killed.
And there's ethnic targeting. There's ethnic targeting under Buhari. There's no doubt about that.
It doesn't matter what ethnicity that person belongs. Somebody died. I don't care whether by yesterday, today, or tomorrow, or who. It's the same.
Why did he die? Hold on. The person that you said that died,
they are being killed now. It's the same.
Hold on now. Okay. Let's reason.
No, is that question I asked you about the Chinese people that you refused to answer the last time, isn't it? You are saying people are people. Yeah.
Yeah, they kill people yesterday, they kill today, they will kill tomorrow. So there's no difference.
We know. But what was the reason back then?
The reason is that people were dead. It doesn't matter. People were killed.
What are you talking about? It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Okay. All right.
You know, some people were being killed.
Okay, let me just move on. Novia is going to turn it into.
In the north, as at that time, they are still being killed today as we speak. So what do you mean it's different? It hasn't changed. It should have been bad.
Let me respond to Black League.
All right. Ajale Koko, you respond, and then after your response, I'll go back to truth to power because we're starting to go to sideways. But to you, Ajale Koko.
You see, Black League is trying to blame Ojukwu for the civil war. And I want to tell Black League that you are wrong. You are absolutely wrong. You have said it before and you repeated it again today. And I'm telling you that you are absolutely wrong. Before the war, in 1966, after when Gowon came in, prior to that time,
riot started after the killing of Sardauna of Sokoto. Riot started in the north. Between June and October 1966, there was riot, non-stop riot all over the north. A lot of Igbo people were killed and a lot returned back. Over 1 million plus Igbo returned back to Igbo land because the northern space was not safe for them. A lot of them were killed. A lot of their property were destroyed. A lot of Igbo were maimed. So that's number 1 point. Nigerian state failed.
Why did that happen?
Hold on. I have told you what happened before that. The first coup that killed, the first coup that killed Sardauna, Tafawa Balewa, Akintola, Okotiebo. So,
was that coup believed to be an Igbo coup or not? Within the military?
Within the military. We are not going to that route because if we go to that, we're going to take too long. But we are talking.
We can get done in 1 minute. We can get done in 1 minute.
Taking us back.
Okay. You want to know within the military?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Because you mentioned all the leaders that got killed.
Yes.
The premier of the eastern region did not get killed, and the sitting president, who happened to be from the east, did not get killed. Every other leader got killed.
Yes. Okay. In the military, the northern officer took it as an Igbo coup, that Igbo killed their leaders. And that is why there was counter coup 6 months after that.
They really took it. They really took it as the Sardauna of Sokoto's adopted Igbo son killed him, because it was Nziogu who pulled the trigger, and Nziogu although he's not from the southeast, he comes from Delta, the people they call the Bendel Igbos at that time.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make, after that coup, there was riot for 4 months in the north, where a lot of Igbos were killed. A lot of Igbo returned back home because the north became very unsafe for them to live.
Yes. So, the north
when that happened,
perceived it as an Igbo coup.
Let me speak.
Started unjustly killing Igbo people that had nothing to do with it.
Yes. So the Nigerian state, Nigeria as a state, failed to protect Igbo people in the north.
Who was president at that time?
Yeah, half when Inrosi was head of state.
He also happens to be Igbo, correct?
Huh? You're saying Black League?
I said Ironsi was also an Igbo man, right?
Yes. So Nigerian state failed to protect. So when Uroti, the riot continued, when Gowon was there too.
Okay, before the riot, before we get to Gowon.
The riot started like maybe 2 months or a month before Gowon coup. Then after Gowon, the riot continued.
Ajali Koko, you're going too far. You're going too far. Before we get there, before we get to Gowon. No, I just want one question to you. I got your point,
man.
No, I just want us to understand what you're saying. No, okay. So if you were the one, if you were the one who took over right after that coup, would you have tried the people who participated in that coup or not?
Were they not tried?
They were never tried. Go check the history. They were never tried.
They were never tried.
I'm giving you public information. They were never tried. You could Google it.
So
they were put in prison in the east, and Ojukwu was made governor in the east.
What did you say?
Ojukwu in turn released them without trial.
Okay, wait. Let me make a point. Then you can say whatever you want to say after.
No, I'm saying facts, but go ahead.
The coup, there was counter coup by the North, and riot persisted in the North, killing Igbo people. All Igbo came back home, right? So Nigerian state failed to protect Igbo people. Then the problems started between Nigeria and Ojukwu, that why should our people be killed in the North? Nothing is happening. We don't trust Nigerian government anymore. We are not safe in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's
so
what
there was that fought and back. There was that trouble. Then they went to Ghana for peace. The president of Ghana called them, hey, we don't want trouble in Nigeria. You guys come. And they went to Aburi in Ghana for peace. They were there. Nigeria went with a lot of delegation. They went with what is the name of the then Lagos State Governor, Mobalaji Johnson. They went with maybe Hassan Kassina was the governor of the northern region. They went with all the top delegates they have, including Gowon. And then they enter into accord, which was called Aburi Accord. One of the most important aspects of that accord is the accord was confederation of regional government. But when they got back to Nigeria, Nigeria violated confederation of regional government. Instead of Nigeria, hold on. You don't need why you don't need.
No, you have to say why for people to understand exactly what happened. No, you can't just breeze through it.
The why I'm telling you, I have told you one point. The number one point, Nigeria failed to protect Igbo. Number two, Nigeria violated. Instead of keeping the confederation of regional government, Nigeria broke that region into 3 states. They broke it into East Central State, with the capital in Enugu. The second was River State with the capital in Port Harcourt. The third one was Southeastern State, the capital in Calabar. And that was what break the camel's back.
Do you want to say why it got broken into 3 states?
Huh?
Would you like to say why the Eastern region got broken into 3 states after the Aburi Accord?
Yes, I will tell you, but let me make my point one after the other. I've given you 2 points now. What Nigerian state have done wrong. Then number three was Nigeria. After Nigeria broke that region into 3. Number 3 was Nigeria launched an attack. Nigeria state was the one that fired the first attack against the Biafra after Biafra declared Republic of Biafra. After Ojukwu declared Republic of Biafra.
Oh.
Wait, that's number 3. Then number 4, Nigeria committed genocide by stopping food flow, food and material flow into the eastern region. Food blockade that killed a lot of children, that killed a lot of women, that killed a lot of old people. And then you want to put the whole thing on Ojukwu that caused the problem.
Can I respond? I maintain my stance. I maintain my stance. Can I respond?
Everybody have their own part. I mean, their own blame to share. But you want to put everything on. You are not fair, man.
Yes, the majority of the blame goes on Ojukwu if we're doing it by percentage. And I can tell you why. If you want to listen, I'll tell you why.
If I want to go by percentage, I will put 80% of the blame on Nigeria and 20% on Ojukwu.
Okay, I will use those exact numbers, but Ojukwu gets 80%. And I'll tell you why.
That is what I'm saying. You are playing a very, you know.
But you're not willing to hear my reasons. You can't know whether I'm right or wrong if you do not hear my reasons.
You are playing your hatred here against Ojukwu, and you are not just.
Why would I hate Ojukwu when I do not know him personally?
I mean,
so I cannot say my mind without hating somebody. I cannot give constructive criticism without it seen as hatred.
No, his issue, Black.
Yeah, you don't need to
so
know.
Can you listen to why I maintain my stand?
You don't want to follow the fact of history, but you want to play your own narrative.
Ajahn Koko, can you let me say my...
Sorry, gentlemen. Ajahn Koko, let him run through, then you can point out where he is.
Yes, Ajahn Koko, please let me hear my views, and then you can constructively criticize them. But if you do not hear it, you have nothing to criticize. Why I maintain that majority of the blame for the war is on Ojukwu is because I know Ojukwu was an intelligent officer. Now, going back to the war, I like how you actually know the facts, but you don't break down why things happen. So if you do not know reasons behind things, then you have no way of explaining my actions. So you have to know reasons why things happen. Now, Aburi Accord was reached and Aburi Accord was breached by the Nigerian government. That's a fact. But why was Aburi Accord breached by the Nigerian government?
I will tell you.
No. You had I asked you why. You didn't tell me. I'll tell you why. And then when I'm done, you disagree. When I'm done,
Sorry, Ajahn Koko. Let him land. I know you disagree almost word for word everything he has to say, but let him land so he either validates himself or exposes himself. So land, Black.
Yes, and I urge everybody listening to me to fact check everything I say word for word. I'm not coming here to stand on my words. I'm using the truth. So when you research, you're going to see exactly, just like how I found the information, you're going to find it too. The reason Aburi Accord was breached, I think you just started saying it. The likes of Ken Saro-Wiwa and other leaders of the South-South region were agitating, saying, we do not want to be in the same state as Ojukwu, because Ojukwu was the governor of the Eastern region. That was after Aburi. After they heard about what happened to Aburi, these are notable leaders of the South-South. Till today, Ken Saro-Wiwa, even after death, is still honored in the South-South. He's one of the key leaders that fought for that region. He said Ojukwu to them was basically a tyrant. They did not want to be under him. So they went and appealed to Gowon because they knew that Gowon had a national outlook to things. He wasn't a tribalist. If he was a tribalist, he'd be promoting his tribe, which is a small tribe in Plateau State with a very small population. So Ojukwu wasn't Gowon was not a tribalist. The leaders of the South-South knew that. So they led a delegation of which Ken Saro-Wiwa was part of it. And then went and appealed to Ojukwu, not to appeal to Gowon, sorry, not to honor the Aburi Accord and break them into regions so South-South could have their space. That's when Rivers and then Cross River was created. And then the East was taken away from that. That's exactly what happened. It's not like Ojukwu, Gowon felt hatred towards Ojukwu and just wanted to break up his region. No, it was notable people from that. What makes a good head of state? Is it one who listens to the people or one who ignores the people and supports politics instead.
Okay, Black League, give Daniel Koko the right to reply, and just as he allowed you to expand your thoughts, allow him to expand his
One
thoughts.
man, please. After him, I want to say something, please.
Let me tell you, Black League, Gowon violated the accord. The Aburi Accord, it violated it. If the Kensaruwa, just like Kensaruwa came to tell you, oh, we are not happy with this accord, is it not responsible for Gowon to get back to Ojukwu that look at the situation of things and let us review it again? But he didn't get back to Ojukwu. Only what he did is to announce 3 states in that region, breaking that region into 3 states. The accord that you entered, somebody that you have entered accord with, you didn't go back to him to say, let us review this accord, but rather broke it into 3 states. So what was that? That was absolute violation of accord, which was completely wrong. And you don't want to blame Gowon for that? If he has not violated the accord, there wouldn't have been war in that country. The war would have been averted. But Gowon violated the accord, breaking that region into 3. Biafra declared their state, and Nigeria was the first to launch massive attack against the Igbo. They fired the first shot, and you don't want to blame Nigeria.
Can I ask a question?
Come on, man, we got to be fair. Anything that when we
Mr.
are not
Koko,
fair,
let me ask you a question.
Anything, we got to be fair.
I mean,
okay, so you expected Gowon to oppress the people of the South. Are you making that clear? To ignore their own agitation. The same thing Ojukwu is calling for, he is now doing to the people of the South. Isn't that what they were agitating for against Ojukwu? They said they were oppressed under Ojukwu. Those are words of Ken Saro-Wiwa.
That was not true.
Arguably the #1 man, the #1 leader from the South, is complaining of marginalization from Ojukwu. The same thing Ojukwu is complaining from the federal government. So if you can see Ojukwu being guilty of what he's preaching against, what are you really seeing?
No, you are wrong. They were not oppressed under Ojukwu. As a matter of fact.
So what were they agitating for? What was Saro-Wiwa and them agitating for?
Wait, number 2nd in command to Ojukwu was an Effiong. He's from Calabar. What are you talking about? They were not oppressed. There were a lot of officers. There will
always be the Fani Kayodins that you can buy within a group. They do not represent the entire group. Till date, the South claims they're not part of the current Biafra agitation. It has lasted till date.
So let me say this, Black League. You see, Ajale Koko had a point there, because I've read history that the Nigerian government violated that Aburi Accord in some ways.
I have agreed with that. That's not what I disagree with.
Hold on, Black League.
So, the point Ajale Koko is making, because even when that accord was made between both of them, I think what was the then president of Ghana then said to them that if at any point there's anything they need to discuss, they can always come back to the round table. But then, what's his name? The former head of state then, Gowon, he was the aggressor. In the sense that
rational mind, can I ask you a question?
Go on. Okay, go on.
Have you heard of the meeting, not the one in Aburi, the one in Monrovia, where the president of Liberia was present? Not the one with the president of Ghana, the one with the president of Liberia.
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
You heard how many hours late Ojukwu arrived for the meeting, leaving 2 presidents sitting waiting on him, and he's not even president yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You heard about what he did when he arrived?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Took his cigarettes, lit it, and started blowing it in the president's face. The head of state then, Yakubu Gowon.
Yes.
Yakubu still kept calm. And this story was confirmed by this man who just died a couple weeks ago. What's his name? The former deputy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Melafia just confirmed this in one of the very recent interviews before he passed away, because he's very close to Gowon. He's been very close to Gowon since he was a young boy. That's really what he comes from status too. So Gowon, he was saying this exact thing I'm telling you about that meeting, that Ojukwu didn't honor the time, showed up around noon when it was scheduled for 9 a.m., got there, didn't tell him nothing with his hands behind his back. That's how he walked at that time. Walked in, and then his ADC just handed him a cigarette.
That's not an issue, man. That's not an issue.
No, let me land my point. Let me land my point. Let me land my point.
Hold on, everybody, please. Let's do it this way. Black League, you land your point. In CBD, you might. Adele Koko has a little interjection. In CBD has the final word, and then we just moved on because we've been in this space before, and I got a lot of.
But he didn't allow me to speak. I mean, he took it from me. He asked me a question, and then he just went on.
He just keeps talking. You know.
Hold on, in CBD, I did say you will come in to have the last word. So let's.
One man, but Rational Man was speaking now.
No, yes. Let Black League land. Rational Mind come in. You interject briefly. Adale Koko, Unsibidi gets the last word, and then we move on. So let's do it like that. So Black League, just quickly to it.
I'm just saying that instance to point at the individuals involved. I, as the general who is about to declare secession, and I know it's gonna mean war, going to war with a sovereign state. And I know I'm not well equipped for it. That wouldn't be my stance. I would take the path of peace to get my people what they want, true representation. Because I know millions of lives are on the line. When a meeting is called, I'm gonna be there, and I'm not gonna be blowing smoke on the president's face when I know my resolve is peace, unless I want that power at all costs. Regardless how many million children are going to die in that war, knowing I don't have the machinery, the people, or the army to defend any of it. That's my stance on it.
All right, thank you, Black League. The point made. Rational Mind, yeah.
So I heard all you said. You see, for me, I understand they both share the blame, but where I see the Nigerian government taking large part of the blame is because they violated that Aburi Accord in the first instance. Like Adele Koko said, he should have brought him to the round table again, tell him that there are some people within the so-called Biafra region that said they don't want to be part of your Biafra. So can we renegotiate? But then he never did that. He never did. He just went down and then an attack. I mean, they brought about the 3 states and then an attack after that. So you can see that the Nigerian government too, you can't exonerate them in this matter, that they also share part of it because they know that they were not fully prepared for that war. They know that Ojukwu did not have anything, does not have the weaponry to prosecute that war. They know. Yeah, they know.
Ojukwu knew that too.
You said what?
Ojukwu also knew that.
Ojukwu knew, yeah, but it wasn't really for war. It was really for the peace that will bring about what they agreed upon in Aburi. But the Nigerian government knew that if they go all out for that war, they would defeat them. They wanted
National Mind, please, can I ask you a quick question?
No. Who's that?
Please, I thought
sorry,
just
Jafar.
One
because
quick question. Just
we
one.
can spend. Okay.
Just one quick question. So I just want to ask either to Ajali Koko or Rational Man, the non-compliance of an accord, in your view or in your opinion, do you think is enough reason for secession?
In that heightened state, I would say yes, but
Do you know how many Igbos were being killed in the north and how people have been dying? So for someone like Black League that is saying Ojukwu came late to the meeting, So he should be so excited. He should not show any emotion that his people are being killed all over the country. So he should just
emotion is blowing smoke in a president's face. That's showing emotion for people being killed when war is looming.
So do you think that he would be wrong even if he had used that cigarette and burnt the man in his face because of what has been happening in the whole country?
Yes, thank you, CBD. Thank you for that.
You know the problem is that I don't know how to put it, but you're talking as if Ojukwu himself was not a human being or was not a leader. Because now you have something, the whole problem, did it start from Aburi? Was it not a problem that led them to that point? So
you're absolutely right.
So you want him to come there and start dancing with very excited and saying, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Can you listen to me? My point in bringing that up.
As you're answering that, answer this. When you're talking about Ken Saro-Wiwa and people like Isaac, what's the name? Is it Abuka? All those people. When you're referring to the South, are you referring to them as an homogeneous group? Like you're talking about just one people?
Absolutely not.
Yes, before you answer that, I want you in CBD to answer this. Just going, and we're going just off the narrative that Black League painted. So we're talking about a heightened, high-octane situation that is very volatile. Would you not say then, if as Black League described, the guy turned up quite late, leaving the mediator waiting for hours on end, leaving his opposition waiting for the same length of time, turns up, then lights a cigarette and blows it in that guy's face. In an already volatile situation, would you not say that was provocative?
And we should just take
No. We're saying that as a hypothesis. No, we're not saying he did do it, but that as a hypothesis, would you say that was a provocative move given the circumstances?
It wasn't. If it was, it will be everyone in Nigeria will know this thing that we are talking about right now.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Okay, finish your position to Black League in CBD, and then Black League, you have the floor to address what in CBD puts to you.
And let me just say one thing about the South that these people are talking about. You remember recently when someone like was it that woman that assists Buhari, Gloria Onoche, was talking about her people, they are not Biafrans and all that. So what did Nnamdi Kanu, then he was not yet abducted? What did he say? He said, so this is the problem with our people is facing in the East. Our antennas, everything is always working when we are dealing with probably the North or even the West. But we usually let our guard down so much when we are dealing with our fellow...
Just put it to him so he can address it, because even I am losing track of what exactly you're asking him to address.
All right. What I'm saying is this. When you're talking about Ken Saro-Wiwa, who is an Ogoni man, and you're talking about the Isaac, the leader of the Ijaw people then, and all these people, are you talking about why can't you mention one other person, maybe from the Cross River Calabar, or maybe from the Southern Igbos that is on that same position? So don't refer to the South as like you're referring to an homogeneous group where everybody is saying one thing, everybody is saying the same thing. So now, if you're talking about, just a minute, you're going to answer all this. I'm just trying to put it to you. So if you're talking about the South, you're misleading people. Do you know how many people in the South who are South who are in the comment section telling you that they are Biafrans? And the problem you're talking about, if you're to go by that South narrative, do you know that even the people who the so-called Igbo coup that you're talking about was an Igbo coup from the Southern Igbos? But we are the one, we carry the whole thing.
Okay, can I answer the question?
All right, let him answer. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Sebe. I think he gets the trust of it. So now you have the floor, and please let him have the floor, even if we disagree with some of the things he might say, just so we have some order. So now address that, and then we want to move on quickly. Black League.
No region in Nigeria is homogeneous. I know better. So of course I know the South is not homogeneous.
So
I'm mentioning Ken Saro-Wiwa because he's the notable one that I know of. There were people from different ethnic nationalities in the South who approached Gawan. It was not just Ken Saro-Wiwa, but Ken Saro-Wiwa is the man of note that I can remember. Ken Saro-Wiwa is the man of note that I can remember. And that's why I say I need to be fact-checked on every point I made. I'm not the history professor here. I'm only a researcher. So I can only give you a little bit and you go research it and then you see exactly what it is and all the information. I cannot, it's not a history show that we could come and really start going into it. We only give a perspective on things and we take that perspective and go research at our time and see whether it's valid or not. Everything I've said here, I have researched extensively for years, over 20 years. So why I mentioned Ken Saro-Wiwa, I have others I can mention. Kaduna Nziogu, an Igbo man from Delta, people they call Bendel Igbo, who was indeed the mastermind of the first school, vehemently disagreed with Ojukwu when it comes to secession. Nziogu never believed in secession, and he told Ojukwu that to his face. What did Ojukwu do instead of to listen? Ojukwu stripped him, gave him a rank, promoted him, but then made him have no troops to command. A general like Nziogu was the first military intelligence officer Nigeria ever had. It's there in history. He is known to be a very intelligent man. Nziogu was active in Nigerian politics before you heard of an Ojukwu. So Kaduna Nziogu was a major figure. Not just him. Ben Boulier has written books on this. Ben Boulier also was under the command of Ojukwu. He spoke about his disagreements with Ojukwu, how Ojukwu was too rash. If you look at what Ben Boulier and Nziogu, both of whom are Igbo, we're not even going to Ken Saro-Wiwa.
My brother,
they vehemently disagreed. So the narrative I'm starting to get is people are being bullied into one narrative, and the moment you do not have that narrative, you are spilling hatred. No, that is not how democracy works. This is not North Korea. Somebody has to be able to constructively, let me finish, please. You can have your say. You could disagree when I'm done. You could disagree when I'm done, sir. This is not North Korea. Somebody has every right to disagree as long as they're doing it using constructive criticism. I'm bringing you facts that come from history to tell you. And today we see that, it's all the Igbos that believe in Biafra. Do you know how many people in the South that do not believe in Biafra? I can concede to you that it's not all of them, but you have to be able to concede with me that not all of them believe in it. And people have to be able to say that without fear of being attacked. Then why are you not going at the Nigerian government? If you're doing the exact thing you're claiming is being done to you, you cannot shut every voice down. There's tons, millions of Igbos who do not believe in Biafra. Why are their voices being shut down? Why? If that's false, then why are we having a Igbo president talk? That absolutely does not make sense in all ramifications, with all due respect. We are talking about an Igbo president because there are millions of Igbo people. Because there are millions of Igbo people who believe in this. There are millions of, there's a lot of Igbo leaders who do not agree with this Biafra narrative, and they shouldn't be shut out, or it shouldn't be seen as hatred just because somebody is offering constructive criticism.
All right, Black League, you've had a good go. So in CBD, you say something, Ajane Koko has the final word. And then
all right, thank you, thank you. In fact, to be honest with you, Black League, nobody is arguing with you that I'm not even of the argument of the Biafra that everybody is supporting Biafra. Obviously, you've seen some people that, even Igbos, that are saying they don't want that. I'm just trying to tell you that, you see, I know this thing is a very passionate topic that everybody wants to, but the truth of the matter is this. when you're talking about South, you know, my problem is when people are they claim they are talking facts and truth, and yet and yet they are not talking about the entire truth. Do you know that even the Niger Delta Republic that Isaac and all those people were fighting for, do you know that the major opposition that Isaac faced was not even from the Igbo? The same way you're saying that they went to go and ask Gowon that they don't want that kind of Biafran state and all that. That's the same way the Ishekiris, who have been having long time battle with Ijaw people, and the Effiks, all those people refused to be in the Niger Delta Republic. The major issue that they had with even the Niger Delta Republic of those days that Isaac wanted was the major opposition was from the Ishekiris, the same people even in the same Delta state. The same was from the what's it called, the Efik and the Ibibios. So when you're talking about this thing, you make it look like the whole South united, that they wanted their own place. You know, that's what I'm saying. Don't refer to the South as an homogeneous group. I get what you're saying, and I'm not even.
But I never did. I thought I clarified that.
You're making it look like South people versus Igbos is a contention.
No. I mentioned Igbo people.
All right. I get your point. But at least now you also get where I'm coming from.
Do you know who Ben Bully is?
Even because let me tell you, the same, like I said earlier, the same narrative, if you have to go with that, is it not the same? Is it not Southern Igbos that did what they did? But it's just that our people know that we are one, and we cannot just come out and start saying, no, we are not, these are people from the South, or we just know that they will see all of us as the same thing, and we did not shy away from that fact.
My brother, can we agree on one thing? Because I agree with some of the things you're saying.
Why are you making it look like the South?
I made it clear that there are some Igbo people in support of Biafra, and there's some Igbo people that are not in support of Biafra. But what I see is the people who are not in support are being intimidated and being cowarded into silence simply because they do not support that narrative. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing that there's people in support of it. I admitted that at the beginning before I started speaking.
All right, let Ajanle Koko round it off for us in CBD, because we visited this spot quite often, and a lot of people query why we do go to this spot, but this remains unresolved. And I would, yeah.
If you're to go with history, you also go with the fact that, do you know that the same way that you're saying people went to go on and say, no, we don't want Biafra, is the same way the Efiks, the Ishekiris, who till date are still having bloody conflict with Ijaw people, and all those people went to Agoyin Irosi that they don't want a Niger Delta Republic. So that's one thing that we need to put all these things in perspective when we are having this discussion. That's what I'm trying to say. And you don't refer to this thing as Igbo versus the South.
No, it's a complex. It's a complex topic.
Yeah, that's it. We need to get everything involved. Don't create a narrative.
I never referred to it as that, but I think that's what you keep hearing. But I leave it up to the judgment of the platform, because I never made it a versus South thing. I made it clear.
Oh, you're saying the South.
No. I think that's just a side to the broader points that Black League was making. But the final point then go to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, just close that space for us quickly so we can move on.
I think Black League, the first time that he talked about this issue, he painted Ojukwu so bad that, like, Ojukwu, because he came from a rich home, he doesn't want to submit to Gowon. He doesn't like Gowon. He's jealous of Gowon being the head of state. That was the first thing that he frustrated the first day. Now, the last time we had this issue, the same point I've raised today is what I pointed out to him, that you cannot totally blame Ojukwu for this war. You don't want to look at Nigerian side, what Nigerian side did wrong.
The history is not story. History come with fact. And the fact told us, just like I explained, Igbo people were killed in the north. Aburi Accord was signed. Nigerian state violated Aburi Accord. Nigerian state was the one that launched attack against Biafra. Nigerian state starved Biafran people to death. They starved a lot of Igbo to death. And they committed genocide. They killed children. They killed mothers. They killed old people, fathers and mothers. And you don't want to blame Nigeria in any way? Nigeria committed genocide during the war. Ojukwu put up the brilliant resistance that Nigerian state never expected. Nigeria thought that they can overrun the East within 1 week. That was what they thought, that in 1 week they will overrun them and take over the East. But Ojukwu brought a brilliant Igbo engineers from University of Nsukka that started producing weapons. And Ogbunebu, or what do they call this weapon that they were using? They killed a lot of Nigerian military personnel. The kind of war that we saw then, that Nigeria should have avoided. Nigeria as a big brother, Nigeria as a state should have honored that what do you call it? That Aburi Accord. Nigerian state would have avoided that war because Nigerian state wielded more power than Ojukwu, and Ojukwu was not ready for war, like you said, but Nigerian state started the war. And you still want to continue to blame Ojukwu? It is wrong. That is not what the history says. We don't have to, run away from the fact. We have to stand by the fact that we have. Yes, Ojukwu can share some blame. That yes, he at a point when he's supposed to stop, he did stop the war. Yes, he can share some blame, but to say the root cause of the problem, it was Nigerian state that failed to act, to do the right thing. So, and the same thing is still happening to today. Look at what this regime is doing. This regime we have in Nigeria, the regime that does not want to sit with Nigerians to talk with them, but a regime that is perpetrating this Fulanization agenda. Look at it coming out in support of herdsmen against the government. How can you have an administration that be doing this thing?
Black League, you see, what I'm getting from you.
Sorry,
Black
League, Black League and CBD. What I am getting is like and what I've been getting since we opened this particular topic up. Maybe this is a third incarnation of this topic, but what I am getting is that there are two diametrically opposed accounts of one event. So that is just because 3 sessions into this topic, we still not have moved in any direction. So just two diametrically opposed, and we could go at it for another 3 hours.
I think we've made some progress. I heard that Janle Koko say that Ojukwu knew that he wasn't ready for war. So I think we've made some progress.
Yes, and one thing again is Black League is that you don't sometimes you get your facts, but you don't contextualize your facts.
How do you mean, sir?
Listen. Like he said, you only blame him for the war, but you didn't really talk about the context of what led to the war itself. Because,
can I put it in context? Real quick, please?
You did not at the beginning. You didn't.
I said, can I do it? If you feel I didn't do it, I could do it in a few seconds.
Okay, do it in a few seconds, but then that will be the final thing on that space. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So if if war is at stake and I have opportunities not to go into the war, I wouldn't. I would only go into the war if I know I'm prepared to match the opposing army as a general. And if I'm not in that position, breaching an accord would not make me in any way declare war by declaring secession. Because we can agree, wherever part of the world you are in, wherever part of the world, can I finish? Can I finish? I just have a few seconds left.
Stop saying that, man.
I just have a few seconds left.
Hold on. Yeah.
Can I finish, please? Just a few seconds. Okay? Ajali Koko, you live in America, South Carolina. If South Carolina secedes today, expect the military there.
No.
Once you secede, you have declared war.
No, it will never happen.
You have to secede based on the UN protocol to secede. You cannot just secede by declaring you've seceded. That's a declaration of war to a nation who claims to be sovereign.
Black League. You know Texas.
I'm giving you facts of history and facts of politics. That's secession. Anywhere in the world is going to happen.
America will not act like Gowon acted.
Okay, secede. Let South Carolina secede.
They will follow agreement. Gowon did not follow that
accord. Ojoku did not follow agreement. And breaching an accord does not result in what? I'm not taking my people to war simply because I went and made an accord with somebody and they breached it.
Launched attack against Ojuku.
After secession was declared.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Let me get back to truth. Please, Charles. You are a gentleman too. So when I say thank you, gentlemen, that sweeps you up too. So thank you, Charles, as well. Thank you, everybody. But just that space, it could go on. Well, as we all know, it will go on forever if we just But let me get back to truth to power. If he has not now gone to bury his head in, I could hear Black League's voice starting to quiver. They've given you a good beating today, so I'm not sure if you'll be coming back again.
I've actually been under the weather. That's why I haven't done this. I've been sick, but I can stand it. My stance does not change. Only way it would change is with superior facts. If you do not have superior facts, it's not going to change. The moment you have superior facts, I change my stance on the spot.
All right. Anytime you come here, you come and lighten up the place with controversy. Ovie is keeping an eye on you. Ovie, keep an eye on your patio. I thought you were the radical in this space. Is taking your crown. But let's go on to Truth to Power, who hopefully is still with us. Truth to Power, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you can take your helmet off now. You can take the helmet off now. The missiles are not flying anymore. So take the helmet off, and then. But still, do I even still want to be the Eastern Quarters? That could well. Sorry.
Do you want me to that?
Well, do you have a thought on that? That is not controversial.
Oh, the Biafran narrative.
Yes.
I'm not going to speak to that, but having heard everyone, I think what is it called again? Ajanle Koko and CBD, they have their truth, and I think, but I don't think anyone has the complete truth about what happened, and that's why even if we go another 1 hour, we'll still be having different versions of opposing side. So maybe something that you leave for another time, where that will be the burning question for the day, and people can bring their facts to the table and we can really slug it out. Yes. Otherwise, there are partial truths to the matter which will never be resolved in one sitting.
Yes, or ever even. Exactly. But thank you. Well summed up, Truth to Power. But still, you might well want to leave that helmet on as you address this final talking point. I did not say IPOB is responsible for killings in the Southeast. NWODO is the person speaking to that space because, of course, they've been making attributions that is pointing in the direction of IPOB. So I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on that, but if you do, just share them with us briefly.
NWODO, that's supposed to be Who again?
The former the President General of Ohanese Indigo. But
Okay.
if you're not familiar with that
So,
politics,
yeah, I've heard the name before. So he's saying that he's not saying that it's IPOB that are involved,
causing carnage in the space.
Yeah, I think yesterday I said something about it as well, that there are too many different groups that have infiltrated that camp, or people who just go by the name IPOB now, and I would believe that some of them are perpetrating the arson and the carnage that we see in that space. So I'm not saying that IPOB have not been guilty. Of course, maybe in their defense of all the goings on happening in that space, they have made reprisal attacks themselves, but they cannot be solely responsible for what has been happening in that space. There are people that are just hiding under the cloak of IPOB to also perpetrate such dastard acts. So that's what I believe the man is speaking to.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. So I'll go from Truth to Power, and I'll go to Ego next. But just now with what's left, I'll just be putting just the Peter Obi question just to sound people's opinion, because I think we've had a full diet of a session probably already. So Ego, to you, the Pandora Papers that has just now implicated Peter Obi in just dodgy dealings, we can put it that way. So that's not too far-fetched. So have you been following that breaking story, and what are your thoughts on it, Ego?
I've not really followed that. First, let me good evening, guys. Good evening, viewers. I'm not really following that story, but Peter Obi being called out for corruption case. It's not a new story in Nigeria now. There is no sense in this our country when it comes to the political arena. We must understand that. So whatever they said about Peter Obi, are we expecting anything new? Is there anything new about the corruption level? What is always in the public space.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ego. So rational mind. Just the same question to you. The Pandora Papers. Peter Obi indicted, but he now coming up with what a lot of people consider to be feeble excuse. What says you, rational mind?
Well, he's not the only one that had that document, whatever thing that they did illegally or legally. I think even the Russians and some other world leaders were implicated as well. Well, his excuses or whatever he gave, I don't know. The only way I would say he would be guilty is if what he did was illegal. And I think from the Nigerian point of view, Nigerian financial system is not as sophisticated like the ones we have in developed countries like the US and UK and other parts of Western Europe. What I mean by that is that there's a way you can evade tax here in America. You can do it legally. You can evade tax. I mean, what I mean evade tax, not meaning illegally. Then there's a way you can do it when you file your taxes, and you can declare some things as loss, and you can even move money out and through shell companies and whatever. So, but if Nigerian government allows that, when they move those money out of Nigeria, then I mean, if our tax law, whatever financial law has such avenue whereby you can do such, well, I would say it's not. He hasn't done anything wrong. But for
what they are pointing at, rational mind, is that he did not declare it in his declaration of assets by the Bureau of whatever Code of Conduct Bureau. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You mean when he was a governor?
When he was a governor.
Oh, really? Wow, I didn't know. Another thing again is the timeline. We have to look at the timeline, and really, like you said, if he did not declare it, then he has case to answer then. And so whatever political future, I mean, because this is a man everybody says you can hardly find anything to pin him on. And I know Showore has been saying that the guy has some question mark too, back then.
Equally, the shell, one of the shell companies certainly was set up 4 years into his term as a governor. So this was something that very much happened when he was in situation.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I did see that part. Now that you dug that out. Well, like I said, like you said, if that what it is, I mean, if he has to face the consequence of whatever it is, but that's Nigeria for you. If ever you will ever face it, because we have people who have even done worse than him, perhaps, who are still there in the government, who are even there right now. So, I mean, what's his name? The former Senate president did not do it even before he became Senate president. And then, so what I was saying, and even after now, are they be able to prosecute him? Does he have any immunity? So that's Nigeria for you. They will always.
Will this put him out of play though for 2023? Suggesting that by the time he's able to extricate himself, our positions would have been divvied up.
Well, I think this is a real big dent to his political future. I think that's what it is. That is, if they can play it over and over in the media in Nigeria, tell people that this is what this guy did. If not, Nigerians are, like this man said, they only look personality. Like was it Jafar? Jafar said they only look at personality, don't look at that's Nigerian politics. It's all about.
Do you think we have the ticket for PDP presidency?
Well, that's another thing too. That's another thing to consider. Considering what is going on in PDP right now, and Atiku flexing his muscle that he wants to become president, and we know it seems like Atiku has much power in PDP. But then who knows? And if Atiku has gets the ticket, I doubt if he wants to fill this guy as his deputy. I mean, as his vice president, because
it'd be too much, won't it? Because Atiku already under the weight of corruption. So you add another it'd be too much, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it might be too much. So that's all I have to say for that.
All right, brilliant. Good to hear from you, Rational Mind. So same question then in CBD. I'm not quite sure how much of that you have been following, but you, of course, a very lost consumer of the news, so I'm sure you're aware of the Peter Obi narrative. So your thoughts in CBD, the man with the superstar name.
Hey, one man, yeah, the Pandora box, Pandora papers.
Pandora box.
The Pandora papers, these people, to be honest with you, I'm not going to start defending, what's the name, Peter Obi and all this. But the truth of the matter is that, is it one thing we need to ask ourselves, because I was following the news today, there's a top leader from another country that actually has so much information of his put out there. But
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah, one of the things what somebody, one of the, not him himself, but one of the people said was that, having some of those information, having some of those dealings is not a crime, but it all depends on if he's breaking a law probably in his country, or if he's breaking an international law or something. But I don't know so much what's the name, Peter Obi's crime is. He refused to declare his assets, something like that. Huh?
Yes.
He did not declare his assets and all that. But we need to also look at it. If it's that was why the people came up with that narrative that is being withheld from Nigeria or something. Probably in Nigeria, it's a crime that you must declare. If you don't declare, everything that you own offshore, outside or something like that. But the thing is also, one thing we need to also understand about these papers is that it's easily manipulated, and it's not something that you just hold, because if you look at the level of corruption in the world, and the most corrupt people, you won't even find none of their details in those papers.
Putin is there. Putin is there.
Putin is there.
Yes.
Putin is not corrupt.
Putin is not there. Putin is not there.
Putin is there.
Putin is not corrupt. Okay?
Putin is the cover face of a lot of the headlines for the Pandora.
But you see, we should not also accept these people. Don't forget the Pandora's box is just this international. This is like what are they called? Those investigative journalists. That company, is it ICJ, something like that?
Yeah, ICIJ.
Yeah, it's an investigative journalism kind of a report on all the offshore accounts and shell companies that many of the world leaders and top businessmen has. So it's not like an international criminal court investigation or United Nations investigation. So people need to understand, like you're saying, Putin is there. Can somebody go to Russia now and say Putin is corrupt? No, the person might not, before he say corruption, probably is already gone.
So one man, I'm trying to save your show by saying Putin is not corrupt before he come after you.
Well,
but
it doesn't really matter if it's corrupt. Everybody is corrupt.
They'll just throw one virus from somewhere.
Let's be a little bit careful about this choice of word corruption. It doesn't really mean that everybody that has a shell company is corrupt.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Like Rational Mind just said earlier, some people in some countries, there are legal means to evade taxes. Some people are just trying to shell their money away from the country, not to pay taxes. So let's just be a little bit careful.
Yes, thank you for that, Jafar. But yes, I do take that on board, and those are separate issues. So those offshore spaces, they are even financial vehicles themselves, and having that sort of shell company is not by itself. Because when they were asking Peter Obi about it, he was actually saying to them that, look, it was my bankers in London, HSBC, that recommended that I follow that route to save as much as I can from not having to pay inheritance tax. So and that is at that level. All of them have shell companies everywhere. They even use it to buy. So that in itself is not a thing.
Everybody,
but Putin has been under the weight of corruption. Even in Russia, they come out all the time.
One man you don't have one shell company somewhere.
Look who is talking. CBD, you think we do?
Challenge. That's the one man everywhere. Tax everybody.
CBD thinks we don't know him. Half of the cryptocurrency, half of the Bitcoin in the world is in your wallet, isn't it? CBD, you think we don't know? We know you now. CBD, you are talking like this. You're not talking to us from your private jet. Look at this man. So in CBD, still staying with the East, let me just take you to a different story because I'm keen to hear your soundings on this one. Southeast Leaders Meeting. Ohaneze Youth Demand Committee on Igbo Presidency. So I'm sure you are aware that the elders of Ohaneze are gathered in Asaba just as we speak to discuss now the level of insecurity in that space. But the youth wing of Ohaneze are saying to them that yes, discussing security is important, but at the top of the agenda of your meeting is to come out and announce a committee that would search and present an Igbo candidate for that 2023 presidency, because this window of opportunity that opens, especially in 2023, is something that will be closed for another 20 years. So what are you making then of the position of the Ohaneze youth in CBD?
Yes, you see, that's the thing. That's probably one of the major things happening in the Eastern space. You see, there's a very clear divide between the people that still want to play politics and the people who are just tired of the whole political process, and because they feel like it's not yielding anything, any meaningful thing to that region. So
are you willing to guess a percentage to that, what you've just described? Do you want to guess at a percentage to that?
As a percentage, to be honest with you, the guys who are tired of the whole thing, I won't be able to pinpoint exactly the percentage, but if I'm to make up numbers, maybe I would say 30% are still trying to do politics. I'm talking about presidency and all that. Then probably the other, let's say 50% are not even into. They are just tired of the whole political process that they feel is not yielding any meaningful results, and probably the 20% in between are just in between. They don't know where to turn. They are just going with the flow. So
all right, carry on with your thought. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So that's basically what I feel it's happening there, and that's why when we're talking about the overzealous people coming out on the street and attacking any political whatever, is because these people don't even need to be IPO. You know, the way people just automatically will assume that this probably IPOB, ESN people, and the truth of the matter is that they might just even be just some group of youths that does not even officially identify with any of those groups. Or, as they are saying, it can also be something that has to do with external influence also. So anything can happen, anything is possible in that state. But one thing that we must all have to understand is that this thing is spilling out of the narrative of just some group of people called IPOB versus the political class, because now it's going towards the side of the people. People are tired, people are angry, and people are just people want just to see a meaningful change in that place, and they feel like this normal or the what are they called, the political class, and those people they are just speaking English and grammar and playing politics while nothing is changing. So definitely they should be like Iwanese. Obviously, it's more of a they are playing. They are like a political. What are they called? Cultural, political, social group.
social.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah,
they
along those
They are
usually
lines.
compute us.
politicians. Pure
Yeah,
politicians, not them be.
they are politicians and be, to be honest. So whether you call them social cultural, and it's just that those are people that go with the
They
police.
are
See what they say?
full-time politicians.
Yeah, and they to be honest, they are strong, but they
They are
don't
strong.
have as much people on sharing their perspective in the East like that. You know, to be honest. So that's what I feel about the whole
All
thing.
right, still staying with that and still staying just exactly at that spot. Neya NWODO has felt the need to come out in public to say that he is not pointing in the direction of IPOB as being responsible for the carnage that is going on in the eastern quarters. Why do you feel that this respectable elder statesman felt the need to break cover?
Yeah, he also has to play safe. Obviously, those people, anybody on a easy, most of them they don't like IPOB for one day. They don't want anything to do with them. But also they are trying to play safe because they know that the people on ground, they know this IPOB thing are just gone. Like I was saying, it has gone beyond just IPOB group. You know, you don't know who is IPOB now. Anybody can be an IPOB sympathizer, even if he's not even a member, you know. So they also have to be careful with their with his speech, and he doesn't want to have. He's trying to avoid some overzealous youth just coming and doing something to his property or any of the. So he has to
Yes.
definitely make sure he clarifies himself. That's the simple truth. He
No,
might
that is
have,
what I thought as well,
yeah, he
Ebuka, yeah.
might have a lot of reason, but that the truth of the matter is that everybody is trying to protect what they have. So he has to say that. He has to say that.
All right, thank you, CBD. And Charles, are you still with us?
Yes.
All right, so to that Peter B space, Charles, your thoughts?
Yeah. 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 Most politicians are corrupt. They steal money. You can't actually find a really rich guy in Nigeria that's a corrupt. They are corrupt.
So yeah, my brother is going to the direction. Okay, sorry. Let me not interrupt you. He's just going straight into the stealing money narrative.
No, Charles, he's straight to the point.
It's not necessarily stealing money like we have been trying to say, but
Yes.
you can.
So Charles, yes, just to what CBD was saying and what Jafar tried to correct. Having shell companies does not necessarily imply corruption, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I
carry on.
think it's take money. Here's the reason. Let's say you're a governor of a state, but you didn't build out your government. You make people elect you, but you still have the money, so you got co-op. If you can't build a simple one in your state, basically you steal the money. That's why people, most of the evil government, they all co-op. They steal money. Look at the guy in that bad. That guy's an idiot. He can't even build a simple one in your state, but he steal all the money and dancing.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Charles. Okay, let me take you to a safer space just to get your sounding on one final point. What our NCBD was speaking to earlier about the Ohanese youth asking their elders to set up a committee to identify a champion for the Eastern Quarters regarding 2023. You are an Igbo youth, so what are your thoughts, Charles?
Yes, I think they didn't do that because they want to, but I think it's pointless because Nigeria doesn't want the Igbo guy to be president, so it's pointless. But more in my opinion, I think if 20 comes, there's no Igbo president, Nigeria's gonna break.
Well, if you don't buy the ticket, you don't win the lottery now. So if you don't even put yourself forward, then you cannot say categorically what would happen.
Because if they get the Igbo president to Yoruba guys or not, Nigeria's gonna break. Even on Igbo say that. They say don't give the Igbo president, they're gonna support IPOB. They even say that out loud.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Okay, so I think we've covered everybody. So we start to take our closing remarks to land on our Black League. So we go in the order that it is. Ovie to Jafar to Rational Minding, CBD Eagle, Charlie Boy, and then Black League. So Ovie, you know the rules. Just run about 1 minute to sum it up.
I mean, it might be less than 1 minute. Well, to this 2023, with what came out about the what is it called, Pandora paper that include Obi, it would be safe to say that's the end of the road for the Igbo presidency come 2023, because now be the prominent name that everybody is calling. Now that it's been bust to the corner, that be the end. Then again, to the southwest, to my Yoruba people, they are demanding for 1% of the Nigerian revenue to be given to Lagos State. They are asking for pretty much a special status. Will that lead to the end of the road for them to come 2023? But
to be fair, Buhari did promise that. That he would grant Lagos special status.
Yeah. So with that, take them out again for the road, because for me, I personally that these this agitation that came into the picture has ruled them out. The Yorubas and the Igbos. It's now going for the minority. So if I mean, it's just a question I'm putting out there. If it would the paper that came out that inducted Obi, that serve at the end of the road to the Igbos come 2023, and with the Lagos State acting for 1% of the revenue, is that the end of the Yorubas?
Let me attempt those two positions over here. Lagos State asking for a special status it's a fair comment, because as far back as 2015, Buhari had been saying that Lagos should get special status, and the governor of that space should be pushing him that 1%. And I think roughly about, I think it's actually in the constitution, maybe 5% or whatever of the national revenue should always go to Abuja to continue to develop it. So if that goes to Abuja, and Lagos of equal, if not bigger weight than Abuja in the calibration of Nigeria, it is not unreasonable or unfair for them to ask for that. And to the second half of that, Peter will be essentially knocking the head on possible Igbo presidency. Like you said, it's a one-tune space, and that tune is Peter Obi. So now that tune has scratched, the vinyl has scratched on the needle, that's essentially the end of Solomon Grundy. So 20 years revisit again, I say, to the east. That's essentially...
man, those are not my words, okay?
But is that not where you were going? Eh? You want to now turn it back on me. You said it, you want to now turn it on. Look at over here.
Those are not my words. I know this bullet that is coming from Eastern Quarter. I don't want any of them.
But that is what you said now. You said that Peter Obi essentially knocks it on the head.
If anytime they will raise it, we will try to pull out a name from that quarter. He always comes top. So he comes top. Now that he has received a blow.
And then after him, we struggle to find any other name. so that is the end of Solomon Grundy.
Yeah, but this narrative that Lagos is pushing, because you as you rightly put it, Lagos is actually dragging the other southwestern country to that. The impact that is affecting the whole region, not just not just Lagos State alone. So we'll see how it goes. Like, it's just a breaking news. We'll see how they will chew over it during the weekend. I hope we'll not put an
And
end.
that is a side betting, by the way. That's not part of the VAT fight. So that's
Yeah,
a
that's what
side
I'm
side betting. That's
So
side
is that an
betting.
indication that the VAT fight has been lost?
No. And like I said, that's side betting. That's a you know
Okay.
where you put a main bet,
Put,
but you want to shorty your money, you put a side bet. So that's a side bet.
well, on that I ran my I ran my case. All our politics as usual. We dey see
All
her
na
now. All of them
politics.
they be thief. I mean the people that came out, both Muslim, everybody they are the same. So on our politics, if you put your emotion to it, when you get back to your house, sit down in your bedroom and think out well. This one will go sha. So do I actually make sense? Everything will come out to you crystal clear. There's no
All
way
right.
about it. And to the
You
fight
see,
between the Ajale Koko with the Ajale Koko take out. Don't do too much of anything
no,
whiskey tonight.
you know that just that little back and forth, and it was very civilized. So
Oh yeah, no, that
that
was
is what we
interesting.
always recommend.
That was interesting. But as
Language,
usual, the Igbos will always
language
take the
first.
hit.
But
Yeah,
just that, a lot of it, just from my own personal view, a lot of it is based on first their individual politics, and then that informs their account of history.
yeah.
Gadale Koko is not here, but maybe
Oh, it's gone.
just from that, I maybe he has a lot of empathy, and I know he does have a lot of empathy for the East. So from that empathy, he speaks to the history. Black League, he speaks from what he has read. Maybe he has read to understand a position that he already held prior to. So I think a lot of their politics is just inside how they've chosen to see it. That's just my own view. That is
Well,
not categorical.
I enjoy the back and forth with them. The only thing that came out clear to me there is that it's over for them. Come 2023. Their back and forth bring out so many crystal clear that the elite are not either allowed to are scared to say the way it is on TV and all that. But these two men are just okay. So there's more to it than
No,
so
there's always more to it in the
it's
Nigerian
crazy.
space.
It's just crazy that anytime a topic is coming around from that quarter, it doesn't come out there and say, "Oh yeah, you guys are
No,
not sure."
because a lot
Always
of
end up in
emotion comes with it. This is what because we've been doing this over here, at least you and I,
yeah.
pretty much from day one. And anytime we go to the eastern quarters, we have to unpeel the emotions to get into what you want to hear. Or at least to get to the conversation. So it's a very high octane
Yeah, I mean,
topic space.
I think if I actually want to look at critically, what they are fighting and crying for, they are not special. There are other Nigerians too who are backing the same thing. They
Don't
are
say
just
that
have
though. You
no.
want
Let me finish. Let me
look at
finish.
that.
Let me
You
finish.
see,
Let
you
me
shouldn't have
finish.
said that.
Do you know why we haven't, go into civil war with the Nigerian state? Because we don't have the numbers and we don't have the power. They have it and they went for it. I give them that courage. But if you want fight war, make sure that you go win, because if you don't win, it's gonna wipe you out for life. That's how it is. Yes. If you say me get people, listen, if you say I get might and I get followers like the Igbo, say my own tribe, and I'm talking about my tribe, who say we don't carry for a fight against Nigeria now because we have been marginalized. But I don't fit try fight people and because they one night they will just come clean all of us come out. So I understand that part. I'm also angry with the Nigerian state. But what can I do?
But you can make your voice heard. You don't need to fight.
That's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. But can we take it to the next level? And they are getting the next level return. But the same thing, they are getting the next level return. Me, I never reach that next level. Maybe I will. I might be here tomorrow. I might be speaking against the Nigerian state. You never can tell.
You said you no go reach 1 minute safe, but here you are 10 hours later.
No,
but every time we see you in a different location. Is it Rebecca you are with? Is it Rebecca you are with today?
I be Herdsman. We
Look
move
at
around
that.
from we are what citizen? We they go from with our cows. We move around. We have that right. Yeah, but I mean, I'm actually in a coffee shop. So that's
all right. Thank you, Ovie.
Yeah.
Always a delight. Ovie, the superstar of the platform. Thank you, Ovie. So now to you, Ego, just your closing words. Oh, have we lost Ego? Okay, I think we may well have lost Ego. Okay. All right. So on to you then in CBD, your words.
Yeah, the closing, well, I think what I can say is that, like what Ovie is saying about Peter Obi and all that, to be honest, I'm not so much of a Igbo must be president person, but I feel like there might also be reason for him to still uh, contest, or he can still bounce back from this if he presents, a more convincing argument to the Nigerian space. So there are so many things. Like someone like Bukola Saraki, does that remove his political, with everything that happened? Does it remove his political prospect? I don't think so. So I think he can also, yeah, come back from all that. And to be honest, when we're talking about all this Biafra, I know that there are some people that never wants to hear anything about Biafra, especially the try, people from where we want to consider minority tribes, which because, but the thing also, as much as we disagree with that Biafran narrative and Biafran whatever, let us not put wrong information out there, and let us not make it look like an attack. That's just the only thing I had with the only issue I had with Black League and all that. Because after talking all that, you should be able to put everything, like what Rational Mind said. You're saying the thing, but you should be able to put it in the right context, and also look at the entire picture, not just pick the part that you feel like can suit what you're trying to, to push out there. You should be able to look at it fully and completely. You know, that's the thing. And talking about the same Biafra narrative, we don't need enough. As it is right now, you don't need to be pro Biafran to be able to speak on what is happening in the country, and make your voice heard. You could see everybody is crying, from even the north is crying. So how much more the people in the south or southeast or south or southwest? So that's the thing. We need to understand that we all have an issue that is facing us in that country, and we need to all speak out. I'm not the kind of person that will tell you that it must be Biafra. No, even Nnamdi Kanu himself got to a point and he started talking about even if the Igbo and the Yoruba, the entire South, want to have their own country, that he doesn't have a problem. He said that several times. I heard it. Even if you do if you search for some of those, you hear him saying it, and that's the same man that is championing
Who will subordinate in that mix? Who will subordinate to the other? Because somebody has to subordinate.
Do we have to subordinate? Maybe if we all come together, if that happens, which I'm not saying everybody is having that same, desire or wish. If that happens, then probably we could have a very, clear constitution, or we can even have now what is it called? Is it regionalization? Or we can do that in that space. We can make it. We won't want to obviously repeat the same mistake that we are coming from. So definitely people should be able to determine their future. You don't need to subordinate. You don't need to have one tribe or one region dominating. So that's what I feel. And when we're talking about the South, I told you, people tend to forget that one of my is a South. So I know that space a bit, but the thing of the truth of the matter is that that space is totally no region is homogeneous, maybe, but especially the South is not homogeneous at all. Even in the Niger Delta narrative, do you know Niger Delta is including Ondo and Imo and Abia State. So that's the thing that we need to understand. That was the only thing I was trying to put across to Blackley, that don't make this thing about, because if you're talking about those great men of the South that wanted their people to have their own identity, they even the Ogoni themselves and the Jaws, they don't see eye to eye. How much more? So you get the point I'm trying to make. But in all, I will just say this, that everybody should speak up, and we don't need to be always trying to play politics. To be honest.
Do you think we visit this topic too often in CBD? This space.
The reason why why it seems like it's drawing a lot of emotions is because people, there are some people that don't buy into that narrative.
No, sorry. I mean, on this platform, do you think we visit that topic too often?
Yeah, but I don't feel like it's a bad thing. The only thing I think we should be able to do is to avoid, like, if you see someone like Mike, maybe that's why he's not coming on the platform. You see some of the things he
No,
writes
he's
and
still
all
throwing
that.
his arrows in the comment section. I can see
No,
him.
but I feel like I don't think he's a boy. I don't think he's a teenager, or I feel like he should be able to reason like a grown up and an adult. You know, you don't need to say all that. You know, so
You
I
know
feel
what
like
it is? Shall I tell you what it is about Mike? It is
no.
trolling you. That is what he's doing. He's trolling you. He's poking at you because he knows he gets a reaction. So if you don't give him the reaction, you'll see how quickly he'll stop.
Yeah. So that's what I feel. We should. I don't think it's a bad thing that we are talking about this year, but I just feel like people should be able to have an open mind and listen, and also not coin out narrative just to suit their arguments. You know, and when you're talking about
But is
something,
that
you
not what
already,
people do, though? Is that not what people do?
yeah, but
People embellish facts to enhance their stance, their position. You know.
that's true. But that also, don't be shocked, or don't be shocked when another person comes and expose what you're trying to do. You know.
They will.
So
They will.
that's what I feel we should just, and like I was trying to say before I finish, all this political talk that we want to be having is good, but this is the same politics that has been going on for decades, and what has it done for the people in Nigeria? How has it improved our life? So it gets to a point. That's why sometimes I don't blame the Igbos or the Southeast at all for, the younger ones, especially the youths and some of the people there that are just tired of the entire political process. Because definitely they have the political class. They are still very much into politics. The only reason why it seems like someone can come and accuse them right now that they are not doing politics like the other parts of Nigeria is just because of this present administration. You could see how active they were in Obasanjo's time. You could see how active they were in Jonathan's time. So it's not. Is it right now they've just decided not to be active? So there's definitely an intentional exclusion from this administration. So, but the truth of the matter is that even at talking about that politics that people that we are doing, we should be able to look at what is important. That's why I keep on saying this revolution of 18, not necessarily violent revolution. Whether you like Sowore or not, you don't have to see him as the face of revolution if you want, but know that that's the only thing that can change our society.
But Sowore is peperimpe politics now. You want peperimpe?
No.
WhatsApp is WhatsApp. Do you want WhatsApp? You want a WhatsApp president?
Yeah, any president that will bring change, if it's WhatsApp president, because even these ones that are not WhatsApp presidents, what are they doing for us? So we need to think in that direction. We don't let us. For me personally, you can't outplay these people politics. That's what we need to understand. These people already have a machine. They already have a system. Unless you bring the entire thing down, you can't beat these people in politics. Like someone is saying, there's a way to just do that. If Tinubu now agrees with one or two people there, and if they have a good deal, you will see him. He will still come out and be the president, or whether you vote, or whether you like him or not, he will still be the president. But the question is that going to help the country? What is the change that Tinubu will bring?
Hold on, Insibide. Just hold on 1 second.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. President, see you soon.
There we are.
Yeah. Mr. President. Yeah, that's the truth of the matter, So that's why I'm saying that for me, I'm not trying to play politics with these people. These people, whatever they are calling politics in Nigeria, is just something that they've arranged by themselves, and it's just a matter of talking.
Sorry, yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
it's just a matter of saying agreeing with themselves, and they come out and tell you the results. So, But that process, we need to start looking beyond that. We need to start looking at change. You know, we need to change our mentality. We need to have some kind of I won't call it civil disobedience, but civil realization.
Reawakening.
Yeah, awakening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nsibidi. Nsibidi, the man with the superstar name. Thank you, Nsibidi. Always a delight to hear from you. So, Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, a lot has been said, as always. Like I said yesterday, what Buhari said in his independence speech, like I said, has set the tone for what we are to experience in that country for the remainder of his 1.5 or 1 year and some months to come before he eventually leaves. That is, if he ever leaves there, by going by the current trajectory that the country is going. Having said that, with what I said yesterday and then today, we saw what he did with the herdsmen, and then challenging those governors, especially those Southwest governors or South governors, or South governors, let's say, that enacted the law of the anti-grazing law. And then we can see that already this guy is setting the precedence for what is to come. Seeing that he's taking sides in this matter, you know, farmers are private businesses. I mean, people who manage farms, they own their farms. They don't even though they get some kind of loan or some kind of help from the government. So also these people that are called herders should be also be perhaps helped in that way, not to the point of you taking sides like he's taking side right now. Is it because this man is himself an herder? I mean, he has herds of cattle or what? So I don't know. It just still keeps confirming that suspicion that we all have that this man is up to something. Looking at even himself, he has a ranch, at least from what we've seen from the images we see coming from his Daura home, that he has a ranch. You don't go, I'm sure it's whatever herders that he has managing his farm for him, they don't go about just roaming those cows around. I mean, destroying other people's farm. So why would he want people who say they have this custom, whatever custom they have, want to ruin other people's farm? And this has been the one of the bone of contention in that country. We've seen a lot of killing, like what we had going on today in Plateau State. A lot of killing that happened again in Plateau State today. That is that some of you who are staying, we are staying Monday here. Some of you people must have been in Tuesday. So talking about Monday. So for me, it still goes on to show something that this man is up to something, and I think he would never cease and desist from this until he gets to the bottom of it. I mean, probably making sure that he's able to take those lands and give it to his people, his clansmen, and thereby bringing about this so-called Fulanization we all been suspecting. Maybe in one of our future discussion here, I'll try to talk about what happened during the Turkish Ottoman Empire and the Kurdish. I think there's a similarity. There's a parallel here because I've seen that to be the case. And so for me, that's just my only problem. This man going on bent in bringing about this and even bringing in the Attorney General of the Federation. I mean, why didn't you do that for the farmers? I mean, why suddenly is it just for the herders? So, well, as time goes on, we shall find out what this man is all about. I mean, we all know what it's all about, but we shall figure out. Like Yoruba people say, Congo, Congo, that's just it. So someday we're going to find out where this whole thing is going to end. And that's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. Rational Mind, always a delight. So, Black League, you're up next. Take it home for us, Black League, ladies and gentlemen. All right. It doesn't look as though we have Black.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so to you.
Yeah. So I actually enjoyed the dialogue today, and I actually agree with I think it was Nsibidi who said we should speak to facts and not point or paint narrative to suit our own personal bias. I agree with that completely. And when we speak, I I think, especially when I speak on the Biafra and the Ojukwu narrative, I'm speaking solely to things I've researched. Because prior to me researching about this, Ojukwu was actually my hero. I didn't know nothing about the Biafra war, just bits and pieces. And one man asked earlier whether that topic is, being overflogged on this platform. I think the topic is not being brought on enough. Just simply from the dialogue that's going on, I can tell very little is known about Nigeria's history. And we do need to do better by researching. One quote from Ojukwu is, "There is no longer a need for Biafra. There's no need for this agitation." So when I say things like that, I expect a counter view. Because when I say that, it sounds like a very bold statement. It sounds like a narrative I want to push. But no, that is a narrative that if I didn't research, I will not stumble upon a video, an interview with Ojukwu saying there is no longer a need for a Biafra agitation. The one he led is enough. There should never be any more. So I expect when people want to oppose me, don't just come out and say, oh, I'm speaking to a narrative I'm like. I expect you to come out and tell me I'm wrong on a specific thing. Like I'm wrong, Ojukwu didn't say that. And then I could refer you to where I actually got it from, because all I'm telling you here are not my words. I'm just speaking to facts that I have researched. Some of those facts go contrary to my personal belief, but facts supersede personal belief. We're not speaking about facts and beliefs in the same sentence, no. So, and that's why I commend One Man for this platform. Of course, there's a lot of places I cannot say these things, but this platform affords us the ability to come and speak to facts or speak to our personal opinions. And then we can rub minds, and I believe the whole platform, everyone on the panel, and the people watching benefit, because they hear opposing views, they hear dissenting views that are done for the most part civilly. So I think civil discourse should be promoted, and that is a key ingredient to the nation building that we seek all over Nigeria, including some people in the Southeast who believe in a one Nigeria. Now, some don't. Because some don't, we cannot completely ignore the ones that do believe in a one Nigeria. So I think this discussions help us understand history, pushes us to do more research, because when I come and make these bold statements, I expect people to challenge me by going to do research and then coming to tell me, oh, Haro, I heard how you were talking about the Biafra narrative. I believe what you said about Ojukwu is wrong. Why? Because I saw this article on BBC or whatever you want to quote that says something contrary. All of us have made progress. What you've done now is you have forced me to go and look at what you just brought to me, in the same way that I forced you to go research what I said that was quote unquote a bold statement. So I think all of this is to the benefit of everyone on this platform. More knowledge, the more knowledge we have about our history, the more knowledge we're going to have about ourselves. And the most important thing history does is it gives us a compass or a type of clock for us to tell what time of day we're in. Gives us the compass to know what direction we're pointing to and where we come from and how much work we need to put in. Thank you again, One Man, for this platform, and I encourage us all to keep researching and keep dialoguing.
All right. Thank you, Black League. Everywhere anytime you come here, you come and blow up the place. And by the way, everything that was said by Black League. So go and look him up on Instagram. If you want to flog anybody, go and flog him. Don't flog me. I am a friend of the East, and I'm sure Black League is as well. But thank you, Black League. Always a delight, as you know. Black League, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the session. Controversial as ever, up and down and in between. Voice raised and brought down, but are maintained in that civilized tone that we have now come to adopt as just how to interact. Because you see, if we have a civilized conversation and then we agree to disagree, then we can come back again, and push that narrative even further. But if we just have some wild, crazy screaming and shouting, where, just the bad language is used, we would depart not to reconvene, and nothing is resolved. So to that resolution, then, a civilized tone, I'll leave it there, carry conversation, and we didn't come as a number here. I say, peace.